Hi.
Hey. So how was your Memorial Day, Robert? You guys have a parade or anything?
What you gonna do today?
Make some money. So the Sardinia race, I've been using my Lexus, the Group 2 car. I seen a YouTube video I just posted on GT Planet to use this. Except it's very detuned. And it drives like a dump truck.
Have you ever watched vlogs in Sparring?
Yeah. Still just the one season, right?
Or Top Gear. Yeah.
Yeah, it was hilarious. The new Top Gear is just terrible. Absolutely terrible.
Get a low red turbo.
I like this car a lot. Trying to find a really good tune for it. Thought it had hards on there, right? Just me. turbos. Yep. Nope.
I was Brian's ride license.
Yeah. Which license are you on? I'm stuck on A10. Won't be getting it anytime soon.
Enter A.
Uh-huh. Are you trying for all gold, or are you just at a point where you're accepting bronze and silver?
Yes.
Okay.
Gold.
Yeah, I've got all gold for B, and then for A, I started getting sloppy and I was happy with just getting it done, because you can always go back, and do a test over and over and over for an hour if you want. The course experience is where the course experience is more important than the license tests, to be honest. I haven't come across a single race that I can't run yet because of a license, but the course experience, getting a bronze on something is pretty easy, but to get the gold, some of these, it's really, really tough. Alright.
Set up a ghost like 5 seconds ahead. It makes it easier.
Yeah. I think I actually have the ghost set for a full second, if I'm not mistaken. If we could adjust the transparency of it, that'd be great, but we can't. And when you're like inside of it, you can't see the track. And the button I had set up to turn the ghost on and off, I have that for my high beams now. So I'm just kind of stuck dealing with the ghost until I can figure out a different button.
I can do my braking.
Yeah. There.
the planned legal bid for most of them.
Actually, this turn will be taken in fourth gear. Come on now, damn it. Go for the apex. Wow, really? Of course. Dude, stay in your freaking lane.
The AI is an AI.
They're pretty aggressive in this race. Let's see what your comment was. Well, they're beyond annoying. If it was just simply brake checking in front of you, you know, that's tolerable. At least you'd know it. But no, they come after you. It doesn't matter how clean you are around them, they still come after you. And they don't move. Come on, get a track. At least they're bunched up right now.
Got to go.
2. Really? Frickin' Mazda. Go, 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 go. Damn it. Wow. Dude! Wow! Relentless. Somebody needs tires. I need tires. Ah, shit. Damn it. Pay attention. Okay. Go, 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 go. start braking earlier. So I want to change tires again. Prefer not to. Really? Fuck. Alright. A splash of fuel. Come on now, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Should have changed tires, damn it. That's cutting it close. this time. Oh, crying out loud. In 8 minutes? Well, wish I could pit. Took too much out. Wow, 300 grand less? Damn. Yeah. Come on. Seriously? Okay. Ooh. Wow, really? Uh-huh. Nope. Alright. I'll be right back. Could go on a two-stop strategy. Over there. Damn it. And setup is crucial. She was backed off and waited, been a little patient. That car would have got around those other two ahead of him on that straight. Did he just block? Front end's hurt. Really? I'll just, throw a damn bottle at my car or something instead. Wow. heard his backfire out of my left rear surround sound. Dude, I could have stayed out there a little bit longer. Okay, 16th on lap 3. I don't need to go down first. I'll probably save the tires a little bit too. I'm not going to be able to hit the apex way out there. Wind up fourth gear going into that turn. Stay in fifth unless you got a good draft. Almost 155. Ah, shit. Stay in fourth. Really? I deliberately avoid you and yet you treat me like that? Gee whiz. And 70, yeah, 157. But he also caught up. place. Now I'm supposed to pit. Very late. Oh, I need a full tank. Where's the penalty for crossing the pit exit line? He needs tires. Wow. These are not in order. Crap. Spotify is crashing, which I have a license to play. Let me do an update. I'm one of the beta testers for Spotify. There's been some errors here and there. You take a screenshot, you send it. I've been really hoping to be able to be testing the high res and Atmos stuff, but no news about that yet. You got an update or not? Okay. I don't know what it's doing. Alright, so I had to go back and update for Spotify. I need to go back. I need to revert. Previous builds. Okay, let's just go back a couple. Go back to 8.7.34. That should be stable. Well, then there's the other version, the subversion number. It never tells us what they're updating. Come on. Driving. Okay, now I'm getting pissed. Spotify gonna play or not? Game library from Spotify. Apparently it'll be auto-downloading. I'd be pissed. This just gotta take up space. So I gotta go to Spotify settings in the phone, because I can't get to anything in the app, and I can't revert it for some odd reason. I'm gonna need, actually I'm gonna reboot my phone. I gotta do a hard reset, or hard boot. Okay, moving forward. Grab the dead end remote. Forgot to put it in game mode. If I try to go deeper, I'm going to end up hitting the wall. Booted. Relaunch Spotify. Go back down to Stavesacre. Go to liked songs and hit play. Why is it downloading all that? Good grief. Audio quality, still no high res, just very high, which runs at 320 OGG. Check local files. Local audio files, none. Social. Yeah, it's all good. Alright, now we resume. I gotta make a playlist for them. It's not gonna play the way I want it to play. It's just playing my liked Stage Acre songs. And I want them to be in chronological order. Wow, you just plowed right into me, didn't you? That's crazy. That's absolutely nuts. Just plow. Well. Medios when we're qualifying. just past the diamond. That might have me a little bit short. At the 12th. About to be 11th. Shot of nitrous would be nice right about now. It's not allowed in this race. Too many gears. Getting really sloppy. Did not touch. Too much brake. Might not even have to brake. Downshift might be good enough. Or alt-tase. do it. I was supposed to feel that boom. I did not. Terrible strategy. Alright. Just another podium. Nope. Don't make mistakes, I'll be on the podium. Clap a hand. Last lap. Oh wait, it's on 0. Idiot. Terrible lap. And didn't win on top of it. Son of a bitch, what did I do to the car? Teammates wants my ass. Damn. I had no problems winning this race early today. Change the oil. Figure out what the fuck is wrong with this thing. I can't remember what I was on earlier, if I was on hards. It may have been.
That's the hardest part. No matter where tonight is, you won't escape your
That's on hards. How far is he gonna let me go? Seriously, okay. I can't go up in the computer. Oh, yes I do. Wait, why is it not like that? Oh, kind of laughing at me. Daring me to put more power into it. Okay. Let's see how we do now. Deals with the roof. You didn't like it, do you? Jerks. What's left of this race? Locking up a little bit from it. Long way to pitch it. Passes left. Really, nothing holding him up at all, huh? Crazy. map is shit. Go. Started lap 7, tires are doing fine. Need the fuel though. Next lap. Need tires, but we'll take tires. Every chance I get them, I'll take tires. And we got E-drops. Mini bites. Way too late, the brakes good. Doesn't quite work. That's the same Viper that's really strong at Spa. When I did my 24-hour, when I did my day-night cycle video, the Viper dominated.
Couples gather on the street.
What the crap? Thinking about buying the Sauber. Do I need it right now? Is it a great Group C car? Yeah. Do I have the money for it? Yeah. but I might have to buy a car. No switcheroo. Yeah, my engine's shit right now though. And his isn't. There we go. And he's got to fit anyway. Back 11. front end's kind of light. How do I put some more downforce on the back end? Yep, sorry. Yeah, the front end's really light. All that noise that car's making, my goodness. Focused on his bumper, not to crash into it. I needed the braking point. I'll let him have his position back. Really? Not you. Oh yeah. There we go. Well, we got the 5 million. Ooh, sweet. Damn it. It's fine. Oh, it's hidden. Crap. What? Really? No spaces or nothing? Ugh. I gotta pee. Ugh. I like to have the option, but I don't need the option. It's fine. I change tires, my PP doesn't go fucked up. I need a banana. I'm back. Sorry to keep you waiting. Bananas are good for you.
Next question. Next up, Bearded Blank Cattle Company says, do you think the SCOTUS leak was a pro-abortion activist, or do you think, like I do, that it was at the behest of the administration to not only weaponize those radicals, but more importantly, take the sheeple's eyes off of food shortages or World Health Organization's upcoming treaty changes, the Pfizer dumping, and so many other terrible things we should be looking at?
That is an interesting premise, but can it be both? It could be both, because how would the administration get a hold of that? I mean, ultimately, we're back to someone within the U.S. Supreme Court in a very, I would imagine, tight chain of custody, a tight chain of evidence, and who has access to drafts of opinions, because we've seen all kinds of things leaked in this country.
Yep.
Especially in the last 50, 60 years of modern media, the one thing we've never seen leaked is the draft opinion itself of a landmark Supreme Court case. We've not seen that. So clearly they have a respect for and an integrity therein of a chain of custody within the high court that is not emblematic of other places within Washington, D.C. Fair? So that had to be reached somewhere for the leak to then have come to Politico from the White House. Somewhere the leak had to be within the high court and that infrastructure somewhere. That's the only way it gets out of that bubble somewhere. Someone had to do that.
Ugly ass windmills. Man,
As to your
fucking eyesore.
point about,
They don't help.
I think that this was leaked. If it came from the high court,
They got diesel generators next to them.
if it's a one-on-one leak, if someone within the court leaked it to Politico, it was with the expressed intention of trying to raise their mob to intimidate the justices before it becomes not a draft opinion, but a formally finalized one. If it did, as you suggest, come from someone within the court, leaked it to the White House, and then they're the ones that leaked it to the press, then I do agree with you that it is more likely that they thought, hey, this is our pivot issue to get off of. Everything else going on, Ukraine didn't work, captured the people's attention for about 3 weeks. Now nobody cares, and I don't know what to believe, man. I mean, I see so much evidence of tragedy over there, and then I'm like, I'm watching celebrities just walk down this, and the first lady walked down the streets of Kiev in broad daylight. I mean, I know we did like USO tours in past war theaters, you know, with our people, but, you know, Bob Hope wasn't entertaining people on, you know, at the base of the Champs-Élysées while the Nazis were flying overhead. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you guys trust the security apparatus of Ukraine all that much to protect the First Lady walking down the streets of the Capitol like that? I don't know, man. So I don't know what to believe. I just know that it didn't capture the public's attention and most Americans have moved on. And if you're never going to moderate on any issues and all you're going to do is just run on wedge issues and crisis issues all the time, this is the OG of wedge issues. This is like the original wedge issue in modern American politics, abortion. Right? It completely altered the American political landscape, as I've talked about in the past. Catholics voting Republican for the first time in the history of the Catholics in America. Evangelicals voting at all, en masse, for the first time in the history of American politics en masse. So this is an OG wedge issue. Maybe you think it at least fires your base up, because right now you've got, if you're the White House, two things working against you. You got the other side at max lit, with independents resoundingly against you, and your base is depressed. So at least maybe you can stop the bleeding on one of those fronts. But so I don't think that part of your analysis is flawed at all. But somewhere along the line, regardless of how it came to Politico, there had to be a breach within the infrastructure of the court's chain of custody within itself.
I think the political motivations on the second part are likely because of the time frame between when this original draft was written, February, if I'm not mistaken. Here we are in May. So this could have been leaked 3 months ago. It wasn't. There was timing involved. I don't think there was any one person guilty of this. I think we're going to be able to find out that there's several people who knew, and it could go very, like, for example, this one woman that Aaron mentioned last week, that it could be based on some obvious connections that are not like some sort of deep dive. This is Breyer's clerk. I mean, Breyer's going out. If it's important enough, Breyer's, I wouldn't be surprised if he decides to die on this hill. And
That would not shock me at all. I mean, he went from no, I'm not stepping aside to I'm stepping aside pretty quick, right? So you don't have to watch any episodes of House of Cards to realize somewhere along the line he took an offer to step aside and not be the next Ruth Bader Ginsburg, where you're dying in office and you get replaced by either the next Trump or DeSantis appointee, right? Okay, yeah, I don't think that's far-fetched at all. Aaron, what do you think?
So, yes, I don't think that's far-fetched either. There was definitely timing. I think what's happened in the meantime between this original draft back in February and now, I think there was probably a lot of attempts to do some soft pressure on one or two or maybe even three justices on the side of overturning Roe before they sicked the mob on their house. I think that explains some of the timing of this, if that makes sense. Moving on. Geo Slate says, will you do a 2000 Mules movie review on your show?
Yeah, it's on my list of things to get to. Forgive me, I didn't know about this movie until last week. Didn't even know it existed. No one came to me with it on any level whatsoever. I've seen nobody here in our whole network talking about it. Okay, so I just found out about this movie last week. It didn't even become available to the public, I think, until yesterday, right? Was it yesterday it went up on Rumble? I think. Okay. So, but yes, and I sent a note over to Dinesh D'Souza this morning that we'd love to have him on to discuss it. But yes is the answer to that question. We will eventually review it. There's actually a movie we're going to review tomorrow that on the pro-life issue that will be a Fathom event. So in Cinemark theaters across the country, I believe next week. So the three of us are going to be reviewing that tomorrow. It's a movie about the battle over the issue of life. So that's tomorrow's Pop Culture Tuesday. When we come back, we will have more of your questions on this week's Ask Me Anything right here on the Steve Day Show. Stay tuned.
This is Steve Days
on the Blaze Radio Network.
Harry served a minute.
Well, let's just say violence against a woman in New Jersey. So he's in prison, and that should make New Jersey feel good. However, he now identifies as a woman, so he was transferred over to the women's prison. I want you to know, he is 100% woman, caregiver. And what's crazy is this is the same prison that's having a problem with pregnancy.
No.
Christians believe there's no absolute moral truth. That's somebody who obviously doesn't know much about God's Word, because that would turn the 10 Commandments into the 10 Suggestions. For that high percentage of Christians and millennials who say there is no absolute truth, that is a really tough hurdle to overcome. How do you get agreement on policy, or how do you agree what's right or wrong, or how do you agree what stats you should or shouldn't stay if there's no objective truth, if everything is subjective?
Wall Builders Live, Sundays on Blaze Radio Network.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. Professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. Christian Faith Publishing.
I lower the rear down, of course, and the PP goes up.
Online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores.
Call for your free authors.
That's kind of weird.
319-4502. That's 800-319-4502.
Why is this happening?
I live alone and rarely
Why
have
is it
so
going
when I
up?
slipped and fell in the kitchen last month and couldn't get to a phone,
880? What?
Help! I could barely move. Help!
What kind of nonsense is this?
No one could hear me. As I lay there, I couldn't help but think of my kids and grandkids having to go on without me. I was terrified. It took 8 hours for my image to find me. It could have been the end of me. That's when I knew I needed light. Just one press of this button.
Okay.
I'm connected to the Life Alert
So
Center.
what
where I
was
can get the help I need, even when I
the
can't
rear
reach it.
downforce at?
With Life Alert, I'm never alone.
Call
Crying out loud.
1-800-425-6319 for your free Life Alert brochure. That's 1-800-425-6319. Again, 1-800-425-6319.
Okay, for top speed, I suppose.
Life Alert brochure at 1-800-425-6319. 1-800-425-6319 today.
Are you a writer who has devoted your time to writing a book with Christian morals behind it, but need help publishing it? Covenant Books has helped thousands of faith-based authors publish, edit, and sell their books. Covenant Books will help tell your story by printing, marketing, and distributing your book through specialty Christian bookstores and major online book retailers like Amazon, Apple, and many others. Covenant Books. Let us help tell your story. For your free author's information packet, call 1-800-675-5178. That's 800-675-5178.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Milberg has been released. This book
Okay,
reveals
so it was at
annuity
1040.
strategies in simple to understand terms. Grab a pen right now, because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know.
Why doesn't it calculate it automatically?
Call 800-378-8005 now when you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Reports indicate that a typical consumer has access to a total of approximately $19,000 in credit card debt. And during this economic crisis, many consumers are now using 80% or more of their credit card limit. Using this example, you can see why consumers are getting into trouble. Consumers that owe $15,000 on their credit cards with today's average interest rate simply cannot get ahead.
Call 1-800-466-9006. 1-800-466-9006.
Hey, Garfield.
The Conservative Review.
Indeed, we can have nice things. Indeed, we don't have to take this anymore. Indeed, we can actually fight for what's right, implement it, draw more people to our cause, not just rally the base, but grow the pie, and actually win politically as well.
The Conservative Review on the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
Come on, man.
The podcast that ages you.
Now, for those of you that believe that you may have a better breasts, and are sending your pictures to CBS to get printed out, just know that the CBS employees are able to see all of your pictures. We had a CBS employee on TikTok revealed that she's seen customers printing off their private snaps at 9 in the morning at stores' printing facilities, and she doesn't want to do it anymore. She said if your order gets placed online, I have to sort through the pictures to make sure the right ones get printed out. And she's seen everyone's nude photos, and she's tired of it. I don't know how many times I have to say this. Don't print your nudes at CBS.
Check out Chewing the Fat with Jeff Fisher on SoundCloud, Spotify, iTunes, Google Play, and theblaze.com/radio.
So, find yourself wanting to scream
at the top of your lungs. Let's go, Brandon!
Nope.
We have a mug for you. Maybe you find yourself at the KFC drive-thru wondering, is that Glenn Beck or Colonel Sanders? That's suspicious. We have a hat for that. Or perhaps you're discovering a new obsession. I'm loving this Blaze Media app. There's a hoodie that will work for that. Sweet. Find all the swag at shop.blazemedia.com. Yes, it's a lot to type, but it's worth it. Shop.blazemedia.com.
This is the Blaze Radio Network.
Don't blame us. He went to public school. This is Steve Days.
Guys, if you're sensitive about your hair loss, I've got great news for you. Keeps has you covered. Keeps offers the doctor-recommended, clinically proven, research-backed treatments to stop hair loss and improve hair growth, but they offer them at the generic prices, so you're always saving money. You get access to your physician and the entire program online, so it's always convenient.
Yep.
And then to get you started, they give you half off
Where's
your
the
first
penalty at?
order to save you even bigger money. To give you a big boost to get started with Keeps right now. So whether you're looking to prevent hair loss, stimulate hair growth, or just take better care of your hair, Keeps has you covered right now. All you gotta do is go to keeps.com/grow, KEEPS for keeps.com/grow, keeps.com/grow. All right, let's get back to this week's Ask Me Anything. Good questions for the folks over at Truth Social, or from the folks over at Truth Social, I should say.
We'll keep it going with Star Wars Nerd 87, who says, do you think the GOP has enough backbone to get something done?
No. Virtually any issue. You can go ahead and finish the question. I'm sorry.
I think that's probably it. I think that's probably all. Are we on our way to another unavoidable civil war? If so, what would that even look like in this modern era?
push back on this aggressively enough or successfully enough that we will now leave our children and grandchildren to have to do so via non-peaceable means, because that's always where history goes. The Republican Party, as an entity, does not have the backbone to do any of the things you want them to do, and that we need them to do. So this becomes a question of whether we do, whether you do. If you demand more, you will get more. If you demand less, you will get less. If you demand the same, what do you think you'll get?
Same or less.
The same or less. Correct.
Well, less is always a safe bet, but that's, yeah.
Yes, but ultimately, this is about us, not about them. As I talked about a little while ago, the reason why I got out, I don't think I've ever shared this with you guys. What was the original origin of Conservative Review? That's who we were originally with. Conservative Review TV, Conservative Review. And then we had the merger with The Blaze in 2018. What was its original origin story? I'll tell you. A very successful, wealthy man had given a life-changing, to most of us, amount of money to the Republican Party during specifically during the Tea Party election, initial Tea Party election in wave of 2010. Met individually, because he got this kind of cash, you get individual meetings with John Boehner. And he basically just looked him in the eye and lied to him. And then didn't deliver on anything he was promised he was going to get. Didn't fight on anything. Looked around in a lot of the conservative blogosphere, particularly what was still considered a leading outlet at the time, National Review, and realized nobody holds these guys nationally accountable any longer. They're just stenographers for the GOP or a protection racket for GOP incumbents. So he had an option. He could donate a bunch of money to individual primary candidates, and he has done that in the past, by the way. But that's a lot of effort, and that's if you can win. Or I could spend a good deal of money creating an outlet that might help us to create a pipeline, a new pipeline of information and data that would organically generate those kinds of candidates. And so we went down that road instead, and that's where Conservative Review was found. If you look at the original team, all of us had various walks of life within the conservative ranks that we had come from. Our original president, Gaston Mooney, was the, I think, chief of staff for Jim DeMint on Capitol Hill. So he knew a lot of the national conservative movement figures and the workings and underpinnings of Washington. Daniel Horowitz came from the groups that were recruiting candidates to run in primaries around the country, and he had a huge background in issue research and advocacy. Myself, I came from the media. I knew that world. So this team was specifically put together with the intent of creating something. That's what the Liberty Scorecard was created to do, was to show you exactly how your Republican representatives are selling you out in Washington, in the hopes that that would then give us the nudge and the push here to start, supporting more of those kinds of candidates. It didn't work. Not the way we hoped it to. And that's because, frankly, too many people that voted Republican primaries are low information voters and too very little engaged. And that's how you get a result. I still have people emailing me from Ohio to explain it's an open primary and Democrats crossed over to vote for Mike DeWine. Okay, I totally agree that they did that. I get it. I was on the Cruz campaign. We watched all kinds of people that were registered Democrats cross over in open primaries and vote for Trump. First two places we won were the Iowa caucuses, which are a closed process by nature of being a caucus, and the Oklahoma primary on Super Tuesday, which was the first closed primary of The entire Republican cycle in 2016, Oklahoma was first. And that was our next win. Was it any coincidence? In the two places where only Republicans could vote, Iowa and Oklahoma, were only two wins.
That was a mess.
And all kinds of other places that people could cross over from other ranks. Now, we thought that it was Democrats actually crossing over to sabotage our process. We ended up learning that Trump was actually bringing a lot of disaffected Democrats into the Republican Party. It was not what we had originally thought. But back to Ohio for a second. So Democrats got together to vote for Mike DeWine, but then didn't make sure that the most liberal Republican Senate candidate was also anti-Trump. Oh, wow. They didn't vote for him at the same time. Does that make sense to you? Now, they all crossed over to vote for DeWine, but they decided to split the Senate race along. We don't care who you guys have.
7.
Go ahead and send the Ted Cruz back, Josh Mandel, and the Trump back, J.D. Vance. We're totally kosher with it. We don't care who you send them. We don't care. Just another vote against the filibuster. Go for it. We don't mind. We just care about Mike DeWine. Of course they didn't do that. A bunch of Democrats did not cross over to vote for Mike DeWine and then not vote for the most liberal Republican Senate candidate. Okay? They didn't do that. What happened is a whole bunch of people voted for J.D. Vance and Josh Mandel and then voted for Mike DeWine at the same time. That's what happened. Because I've seen this happen everywhere else across the country. Too many Republican primary voters are every bit as low information as the Democrats, and that's if they even bother to show up. At all. So, I think this really goes to what we will demand of them. If we show up and demand more, we will get more. If we don't, we won't. But they won't organically have this spine and do this on their own. I know there is still this notion within our ranks that we're going to be able to just vote for these people and go back to our lives and they're going to automatically do the right thing. That's never happening, and it's never happening again in our lifetimes. Just disabuse yourself of this notion. You are living in a time now when you're going to have to devote more time than you really want to into the process of self-government. You cannot outsource any of this any longer, any extended period of time. You're going to have to shepherd / babysit this process all the way through. Otherwise, you don't want to know how the history book ends with what your children or grandchildren will be forced to do in your place. But there will be no Netflix and chill version of Republican and conservative political involvement any longer. Anyone within the sound of my voice listening right now, and is on any of the 9 realms, any of the Earths in the multiverse, any sentient being that is picking this up on SETI 80 years from now, trust me, none of you will be able to do this passively unless you just want to lose your country. They're showing up in handmaids costumes at churches, guys. And yeah, you're just going to be able to vote for the GOP leader that Fox told you about and then do nothing the rest of the time and just trust that that person organically grew a vertebrae. No, you're not. I know it sucks. I'd like to spend more time watching football. I just finally fired up my MLB The Show season yesterday, which for me tells you I was pretty busy. Alright, so I get it. Do I like my leisure time? You do. Am I the ugly American? Hell yeah. But I'm just telling you, for everything there's a time and a season. This will be, for the foreseeable future, probably the rest of our lives, we are going to have to be much more and very much so directly involved in this fairly diligently. Anybody want to do that?
Go.
That's my vote. Would you know that?
Okay.
Alright, for the rest of these, let's go medium to high speed. Just gonna go through as many as we can. Andy in Florida says, why has Todd not been cross-trained to run the board or have an IT intern on staff so Aaron would not be a single point of failure for getting the show on the air?
No. You signed up to Truth Social as Andy in Florida?
The correct answer is it's actually Steve's fault. He told me the first time I met him. Advice for the future. He said, make yourself indispensable.
Nice. Well played.
I am the wheelchair guy says the FBI, CIA, Department of Justice are corrupted, especially at the top. The swamp seemingly destroys all the potential good intentions of those getting elected to office. We're always screwed, and it seems almost expected and a matter of what level we're getting screwed. How can any sane American expect any changes when all the music sounds the same?
You have to focus on what's going on locally and in your state. You've got to make your community the reddest your community can be. You have to make your county the reddest you can make your county to be, right? When the disciples are given a great commission, Jesus didn't tell them, all right, listen, take it from the top. Head right over to Nero's palace right now. Just a bunch of you jump on a boat and Rome. Head right over to Nero's palace because we can change his mind. That'll just filter down and trickle down into the entire Roman Empire, and we'll like skip, a few decades of steps here. Is that what I told him? No, that's actually that's not what I told him. Actually, he said, first you will be my disciples and you will spread my message. First to here to Jerusalem, so that's where they lived, and then to all of Judea, which is their country, then to Samaria, which was the neighboring province or country, and then to the ends of the earth. Right? They worked it from the inside out, not the outside in. Much of the right's political because do you really want to know why? I'll just tell you. Because there's a ton of money in it. And it's really started from the inside out. Start with or the outside in, I should say. Start with Washington DC. Nationalize everything. Funny for the party of local control, smaller government, but nationalize everything. Why? Because most of what's on the right are huge fundraising mechanisms. That's why it's going to be fascinating to see what happens when the court here any day now apparently is going to take Roe v. Wade, the ultimate culture war issue that the right has raised more money off of than all other issues combined. And it's no longer they're going to seek nationalizing. It won't be nationalized any longer. That'll be very funny to see how all these groups have to now re-triangulate their strategies. But the biggest gravy train issue they've had all this time, as Gaston calls it here, the Blaze Big Baby. That was their nickname for it amongst conservative members of Congress on Capitol Hill. People that really weren't groups that really weren't interested so much as ending the plague of baby killing as they were raising their crap, took their money off it. Okay, and so how they're going to have to recalibrate when that's no longer just an automatic national mail out in your mailbox every election, because that's been essentially it's been municipality and it's been I can't think of the word. It's sent to your local community. Go with that one. So city area, I forgot what it was. My bad. Okay. So that's where you have to start. You have to look at it that way, and then I make my state the reddest I can make it. And then I think when it gets to Washington, man, that's the capital of Hunger Games. Just do the best you can do for now. That's what I would do.
Moving on. AA Ron says, how excited were you when the Lions drafted Aiden Hutchinson?
I literally yelled out loud because I thought for sure they would look a gift horse in the mouth. That's the best break on a draft night that the Lions or draft day the Lions have gotten since your Packers took Tony Vanderich. So, yeah, I screamed out loud. You bet.
Going to change this question just a little bit for time. Jason says, is it possible the SCOTUS leak and the subsequent protests the judges or justices' houses like Roberts, Kavanaugh, and Barrett, is it possible that could push them more to the right in the future?
I would hope so. Because if you're under the theory that they saved all their political capital for this, and so after voting, I think Kavanaugh voted 80% of the time his first year in the court with the liberal wing. So, and ACB was not much further behind. And so if they're going to go from that to, all right, we saved up all our capital to this, and what do we get for it? Mobs in our houses and death threats. I mean, I don't know, that the average human response would actually be to move in the other direction, maybe not for the most noble of reasons, but out of spite, right? Okay? If they don't do that, well, then you just ended up with a couple of pro-life statuses for judges. Fair. Okay.
Next, Josh Warren says, let's not wait for young adults to get involved in local politics and make a difference in our communities. I can't really go to school board meetings since I'm only 24. What are your recommendations?
Well, because you don't have kids in school, I don't know, you're still paying taxes there? Yeah, you can go. But that's a great question. Two pieces of advice I always give to people. One is look for in your community who are like the very principled conservative groups in your community, in your state, go volunteer for them right away. Volunteer at their events, be omnipresent, start networking and those sorts of things. They always need help. They always need volunteers. Start building those relationships and that kind of rapport right away. And do the same for the people that represent you locally. Now, they may turn out to suck, but then you learn that information firsthand and you move on. And it's like drafting a quarterback in the NFL. You just keep drafting one until you find the one that's the franchise QB. You just throwing darts at the ball. So if the first time that first city councilman or state legislator was a terrible person and not good on the issues, then you go find the next person. But the more you can directly get involved and volunteer, the more you learn on the ground, the more relationships that you build. All right, we're going to stick around and record overtime for Blaze TV subscribers. For the rest of you, we will see you tomorrow, noon to 2 Eastern, right after going back here on Blaze TV. Until then, John 317.
Blaze Radio Network.
The first thing I look for is not what's there, but what's not there. What are they not covering? What are they not telling you? Did they even cover the civil rights movement? Did they cover the abolitionist forces? Did they cover all of the colonial states and colonial founding fathers that were anti-slavery? And it's what they don't cover that is so significant. And that's kind of where we are with the way the news is going today. Certainly that's the way education is going today.
Years Live, Sundays on Blaze Radio Network.
Report with Dave Rubin.
The Democrats can basically get away with anything. They can pretty much get away with anything because the media runs cover.
Honest conversations.
Someone is in charge of Joe Biden, and he is too old and too confused and too muddled and too compromised to honestly be in charge of anything at this point.
Important issues.
I don't want it. What I want is free.
The Rubin Report. Watch exclusive episodes at blazetv.com/Dave.
Cell tower climbers. Newkirk Electric is hiring experienced climbers across the Michigan market. If you're ready to earn up to $35 an hour, plus $5,500 in first-year bonuses, contact Newkirk Electric today. Family-owned and operated, Newkirk Electric is one of the largest cellular tower contractors in the Midwest with over 3 decades of industry leadership. Start climbing with a leader and take your career to new heights. To learn more and apply, go to newkirkelectric.com/careers.
Hi everyone, if you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-709-7610 for a free legal consultation. I'm here, the spokesman for the firm, Rob Reeves. So Rob, we should call in right now.
Well, Gina, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call us right now at 800-709-7610. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Rob. You heard it, everyone. Call us now for a free consultation at 800-709-7610 and find out how much your case is potentially worth.
Attorney advertisement for LHP Law Group may not be available in all states.
We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions.
That's 800-709-7610.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country write books and publish them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple, iTunes, and bookstores. Even promote your book. Call for your free offer submission kit at 800-452-1750. That's 800-452-1750.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule, changing the world one life at a time.
I had no energy. Months and months and months, I had no energy, and I'm very active. And I think that I was tired all the time, and I was doing everything that I was doing, and I kept listening to the commercials. And you know, you don't know if something's going to help you or not, but I decided this was something that was welcome to. And lo and behold, in about 4 days, I was declining plans, I was doing other things. My husband said to me, "You seem to have more energy," and I said, "Oh,
You cleaning up here, Pepper? Hey, Pepper.
When everybody has to point to America and say, man, they got that stuff together, look what they're doing. That's when people fall in line.
You're listening with Jason Whitlock on the Blaze Radio Network. Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found. Valley.
And as I said, we will also talk about, as Christians, as Christian moms, how do we approach this? Do we boycott this thing? Does that mean we have to boycott every single entity that stands for things that we don't like? What is the godly response to all of this madness?
Relatable with Allie Stuckey on the Blaze Radio Network. Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
This is an encore presentation of the Glenn Beck
Still
program.
144.
Live Monday through Friday from 9 to noon Eastern on the Blaze Radio Network.
It's exactly that way. Because you know what? Because Beto is human trash. He is scum. No, he is the scum of the earth. Wait a minute. The lowest head of humanity our society can produce. He said after he was there, he was just listening and he just couldn't take it anymore. Oh, really? That's what happened. Yeah, that's interesting because everybody seems to notice that this was obviously staged from the beginning. And I go back to what happened before this. We don't know exactly what it will occur in the coming days. But let me translate a series of events that led up to this moment. Beto O'Rourke was there in listening to the whole thing. No, and then not. Let's go back before that. Let's go back to the meeting that Beto O'Rourke had with his staff. And at some point, and I'll translate it because I don't have the exact language, but I'll tell you exactly what was said in the meeting. It was Beto O'Rourke saying, hey, how exactly can we take advantage of all of these dead children and turn it around so it's good for us? How do we raise money off the bodies of these dead children tomorrow?
Hold on just a second. You don't have a transcript. You don't know that Beto O'Rourke said that, and I have to tell you, Stu, I don't think he's smart enough to come up. That had to be someone else in the room, and he went, yeah.
Maybe you're right. But I don't know who said it. All I know is that this was obviously planned, clearly planned, and we can go through it. Yeah, even CBS News pointed it out. Blatantly a staged event. And this guy, because he wants more power and more money, decided that this event was about him. He wanted to make the death of 19 children and 2 teachers about...
See you guys in about 15 minutes.
Shit.
You're just so cute.
That's you.
Oh, donkeys. Oh, sassy donkey. Oh.
Oh, gross.
Nice one.
Uh-oh. Ziggy Marley.
There it is.
Listen.
What do you call a cow with no legs?
A cow on the leg.
By the way, why didn't the police see it? I mean, BLM came out yesterday against the racist police. And how did they know? Why didn't they stop this kid? You know, and you're right, you had all kinds of warnings that this would be a bad kid, right? All kinds of warnings. Reuters is reporting some really disturbing writing. One day, I'm going to quote, one day I was driving home from work. I noticed two children crossing the street. They were happy to be free from their troubles. This happiness was mine by right. I had earned it in my dream. As I neared the young ones, I put all my weight on my right foot, keeping the accelerating pedal down to the floor until I hear the crashing of two children on the hood. Then the sharp cry of pain from one of the two. I was so fascinated for a moment that when after I had stopped my vehicle, I just sat in it and sweet visions filling my head. Right? Dangerous. Right? Nothing good's gonna come of this. According to Reuters, those are the teenage writings of Beto O'Rourke.
Oh, wow.
In writings of Reuters that still exist online, O'Rourke reportedly fantasized about toppling the government, but doubted that the masses would support such a radical move at this time. Then he also wrote about murdering children by running over them with his car. This is the ultimate red flag for the red flag law. Exactly right. Exactly right. I'm glad that he's against guns. The state of Texas should be very aware and not allow him to buy any guns because of this. This guy, and his righteous indignation. Give it a rest, bud. Give it a rest. All right, back in just a second with more. First, let me tell you about Patriot Mobile. Just because the Biden administration paused the creation of the Disinformation Board, the fight's not over. All they're doing is looking into who was providing the disinformation, and now they have Chertoff running it, the former Department of Homeland Security chief. By the way, who told me in an interview in 2005, I was talking to him, and we were off the air, and I said, what's your cell phone? And he said, cell phone? I don't have a cell phone. I said, what do you mean you don't have a cell phone? He said, Glenn, this 2005, if people knew how easily it was to get and listen and know everything about a person because of their cell phone, nobody in America would have one. Okay, I remember that. Yeah, and gosh, how accurate was that? Oh, sure. I don't have a cell phone. I said, how do you communicate with people? The old-fashioned way, memos. Oh, okay, all right. Now I feel really stupid because you're the guy in charge of watching everybody. Now they're going to put him in charge of the disinformation board, so that's going to go well. I did the Patriot Act, but I digress. Let me talk about another Patriot Mobile. These are the guys who are not participating in all of those things. They're not handing over information. They are not trying to work against freedom of speech. They're not trying to help this World Economic Forum Great Reset cabal. They're actually fighting for freedom. That's what they do in their off time, and that's what they do with a lot of their profits. They also provide you with money-saving coverage, great coverage. They're on the same cell towers as everybody else is, and great service. And they love our country. They love their country. They love our country. It's the same country to them. They're patriots just like you. Why are you with any other company? PatriotMobile.com/Beck. PatriotMobile.com/Beck or call 972-PATRIOT. Make sure that you use the promo code Beck, and you will get free activation. It's PatriotMobile.com/Beck. Switch now. 10 seconds, station ID. CBS reporter here on Beta.
I did see what happened just before the press conference started. I was in the third row on the aisle, rather, and there were two people across the aisle from me. And a moment before the press conference started, they got up from their seats when Beto walked in. So they were seat holders for him. And then he sat down. So his presence wasn't really noticed in the 15 or 20 minutes that people were gathering inside because he was not in the room. So this was something very clearly staged by Beto O'Rourke and his campaign wanting to confront the governor at this moment.
I don't understand what that means. I mean, here's CBS telling the truth about Beto O'Rourke. What's happening?
I mean, think of this. They sat there and coordinated when people would stand up so he could go sit down to do this nonsense. This is, it's below. We all have terrible impressions of politicians. We all think they're terrible and awful. And he is so far below the subhuman level, it's impossible to calculate. He is every terrible thing you've ever thought of a politician times 1,000.
See, I think that people misunderstand the Democratic Party. People are always like, oh, who do they have on the bench? I mean, they have a very weak bench. They have a very deep bench. If you're looking for despicable, awful people, that bench is way deep.
They do have a lot of people that
they do.
Although I don't know how many can challenge what Beto does. I mean, he is unique. It is just despicability.
I love the fact that he just came out and because he's running for, governor in Texas.
Yes.
And he's like, I'm not going to take away your ARs. I'm not going to take away your guns.
Yeah, when he was running for president, he said,
damn right, I'm coming for your guns. That's what he said. Mm-hmm. Then he runs down here in Texas and he's like, I'm not taking away your guns. And then yesterday he shows up and in a publicity stunt, and he's basically saying, damn right, I'm going to take your guns.
Yeah, he has a viewpoint until the second he needs to have the other viewpoint. And in this particular point, this particular moment, he is calculating the best thing he can do for him, for Beto, is take advantage of dead children. That's what he's calculating. So that's what he's doing, because that's all he cares about, and he has absolutely no conscience. As you just illustrated in his teenage writings, he has absolutely no conscience. What a piece of trash this guy is. And God, I wish I could say other words today. This is one of those days that I
wish it was just a podcast. I really do wish it was just a podcast and we didn't have the FCC to deal with, because there's been several that yesterday was my day. Today is your day. And, I wrote a new song about Beto. A new song about Beto. Yeah. Okay, you ready? Beto O'Rourke. Beto's not his real name. It's because I'm on, with FCC rules, it's Richard. But you know what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's Robert. Robert. It's
not Richard. No. I thought it was.
No, it's not.
So I'd be wrong calling him Dick.
No.
Okay, all right. No, I just wanted to make sure. All right. Parents, this is the latest. Parents begged police for upward of 40 minutes to stop the Texas school shooter. Before we go down this road, could we just do a couple of things? This is a town of 16,000 people. In the middle of Texas, I mean, it's not a big town. I don't know if your police are mentally, as well as physically trained to do these things. You go to a big city in New York. You go to Dallas and there's a school shooting. Who shows up? First, the police. Second, the SWAT team. 16,000. They don't have a SWAT team. Okay? You're in a town of 16,000. Everybody pretty much knows each other. And they're like, wait, Now, we do know that this kid barricaded himself and locked the door even when the Border Patrol showed up. They were probably in the area just to whip Mexicans, from their horses.
Losing track. Are they heroes today or are they villains today, the police?
Oh, right now
they're heroes?
They're heroes, but Beto will find time later today to throw them under the bus. Okay, but let's stand in their glory for a second. This was the SWAT team of the Border Patrol. It wasn't just one guy. We now know it was a whole team. Border TAC, or BORTAC is what they're called, the Border Tactical Team. They were in the area, and they went in, and they couldn't even breach the door. They had to have it unlocked. They tried to kick it in, and they couldn't. And that's when they took the kid out. But the police, can we not jump to the conclusion that the police were like that one guy in Florida? Remember the one guy, the police officer in Florida, was like, I'm going to hide behind here. I'm not going to answer any of my calls because I don't want to go inside. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
We don't have any indication that these, as much as everybody shot, right? I mean, yes. And as much as everybody wants to make everybody's kids, the community kids, there's a reason why. When you'll see a cop show and they're like, you're too close to it, Jim. You're too close to it. Okay? It's because you don't want parents running in with their guns. It could have ended it sooner. It might have made it worse. We don't know. That's what a tactical team does, and not your everyday cop. Before we know all the facts, can we not throw these guys under the bus? Please.
The Glenn Back Program. American Financing, NMLS 182334, www.nmlsconsumeraccess.org.
American Financing wants to remind you that if you're stuck with a whole bunch of credit card bills, you can dramatically reduce the payment every month while paying those things off at a much faster rate. Right now, credit card companies are charging close to 20% interest every month, and it's going to get worse as the rates continue to rise. Right now, the average American is spending about 35% on just housing. It was 25% a year ago. Inflation is going to knock us on our ass if we don't do the right things now. Please, if you have high-interest credit cards, you own your own home, call American Financing to see if they can help you. It's much better to pay 5% annual interest than the compounding interest the credit cards give you at 20%. American Financing, 800-906-2440, 800-906-2440, or go to AmericanFinancing.net. Please, do it now.
Head over to BlazeTV.com/Glenn. There, you can subscribe to Blaze TV. Use the promo code Glenn to save $10.
Red flag laws make it possible for your neighbor or somebody who doesn't like you to file a complaint and have the police show up and take your guns away. With no due process, you don't get to go to the judge or appear before it happens. The first time you even know a complaint has been made is when the SWAT team shows up. When police show up at your door and take your guns. If we don't show up, they pass those laws. If we're not registered to vote and we don't vote, they pass those laws.
Gun Talk, Sundays on Blaze Radio Network.
Fearless with Jason Whitlock.
We don't care about freedom anymore. At all. We don't understand its value. We're willing to sacrifice freedom. Oh, they told us to wear a mask? They told us to get a vaccine? Do it. The government told us that. And we look crazy at people that's like, well, hold on, man. I love America because of my freedom. I don't have to wear a mask if I don't have to take a vaccine if I don't want to. That's what people used to love about America, the freedom to choose, particularly as it relates to your body. And now we look at those people like they're the nuts.
Fearless with Jason Whitlock, only on the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
Maximize your yields with powerful plant health products from Nutrien Ag Solutions. Our local experts are ready to create your custom crop protection and nutrition solution from the widest selection of products, including our lineup of Loveland products, to get you the best return on investment. We're leading the field with growers who want it all. Connect with your local crop consultant or head to your nearest retail location. If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and three-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-378-8005 now and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Melberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
I live alone and rarely have visitors. So when I slipped and fell in the kitchen last month and couldn't get to a phone, I knew I was in trouble. Help! I could barely move. Help! I tried calling for help, but no one could hear me. As I lay there, I couldn't help but think of my kids and grandkids having to go on without me. I was terrified. It took 8 hours for my neighbor to find me. It could have been the end of me. That's when I knew I needed Life Alert. Just one press of this button, I'm connected to the Life Alert Center, where I can get the help I need, even when I cannot reach a phone. With Life Alert, I'm never alone.
Call 1-800-425-6319 for your free Life Alert brochure. That's 1-800-425-6319. Again, 1-800-425-6319. Call for your free Life Alert brochure at 1-800-425-6319. 1-800-425-6319 today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple, iTunes, and bookstores.
Get down.
Call for your free author submission kit at 800-452-1750. That's 800-452-1750.
I don't fucking care what you think you're chasing. Get down.
Vegetables in a capsule, changing the
Get
world
down,
one
Garfield.
life at a time.
Get down.
I had no
Get down.
energy.
Get down.
I had no energy, and I'm a very active person. And I kept
Dick.
noticing that I was tired
Chasing
all the
fucking
time,
bugs.
and I was slow at everything that I was
Idiot
doing.
is chasing bugs.
And I kept listening to the commercials.
Crying out
And you know, you don't know if something's going to help you or not. But I decided this was something I was going to do. And lo and behold, in about 4 days to taking them, I was repotting plants, I was doing other things. My husband said to me, "You seem to have more energy." And I said, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." And I'm telling you, nothing
Garfield.
has ever made such a difference. So anyway, I'm very happy.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com and use discount code RADIO2.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your
Garfield.
money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663.
Are you a writer who has devoted your time to writing a book with Christian morals behind it, but need help publishing it? Covenant Books has helped thousands of faith-based authors publish, edit, and sell their books. Covenant Books will help tell your story by printing, marketing, and distributing your book through specialty Christian bookstores and major online book retailers like Amazon, Apple, and many others. Covenant Books. Let us help tell your story. For your free author's information packet, call 1-800-675-5178. That's 800-675-5178.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores.
Where the fuck did they all go?
Even promote your book.
Call for your free author submission kit at 800-452-1750. That's
What did I say?
800-452-1750.
Thought I saved them.
Is the private security company responsible, and can you take action against them? I think your strongest case is against the sheriff's department that's right behind the courthouse, because they didn't have a sheriff who had x-ray vision that could see through the courthouse to see if the car was stolen. But he should have been able to see what was going on and know it was your car.
Handle on the Law, Sundays on Blaze Radio Network.
This is the Glenn Beck program. Welcome. Glad you're here. Pat Gray is also joining us now from Pat Gray Unleashed, a podcast you can listen to here on The Blaze before this program or anytime wherever you get your podcasts. Hello. Beto O'Rourke fan.
Oh,
Pat Gray.
Is there anybody better than Beto?
I can't. Hitler.
Pat, what are you doing, dude? Stop.
Wow.
Went right there. Yeah. I mean, that's where you're supposed to go, isn't it?
Everything's supposed to be
everything's compared to Hitler.
Yeah.
So I think he's better than Hitler, worse than Hitler.
He screwed up yesterday. Big time.
I mean, who thinks that's a good idea? I don't know. People in very, very blue states that are not in Texas or anywhere near Texas that are like, yeah, get up.
It's probably his entire staff, too. You know, from a fundraising standpoint, maybe it does work for him.
Let me tell you something. Whoopi Goldberg, big fan.
Yep.
Big fan. All those kinds of people loved it.
Could she be any more butt stupid than she is? I don't think it's possible.
No. Is she more
Every point she makes is just absolutely provably wrong the instant she says it.
Is it her stupidity that makes her so grating, or that she's also grating as well as stupid?
That's all of the above.
Right in the intersection there. Okay.
Yeah.
It's fascinating because like we've done shows on network television over the years, and I feel like when we would have to say things, people would be like, "Hey, I can't believe you said that. That's not even right."
That was so
called out all the time if we made mistakes.
Apparently that doesn't happen on the left.
On at least The View. Like she continually says things that are provably false, as you point out, Pat, in seconds.
Yeah.
Anybody who knows anything about the issue knows it's false right when they say it. And she continually does it every day. It really is amazing to watch.
It is. It's embarrassing. I don't know how you can continue on national television that way. Because like you said, we would have been called out for it. We wouldn't have been on national television.
Yeah.
If you would have been wrong every night on Fox, can you imagine?
If I would have been wrong once.
Yeah,
once.
That's true.
Once.
You were wrong once. There was the one time that you said Van Jones went to prison. He went to prison, but he really only went to jail.
Right. And the White House literally called about it. Oh, yeah. They had a meeting. They had an in-person meeting with Roger Ailes. The White House came to Roger Ailes and said, you gotta fire him. And he said, well, if he's making mistakes, if he's saying things that aren't true, I'm with you. We need to correct them right away. And if they're egregious enough, I'll fire him. What are they?
He didn't go to prison. He just went to jail.
No. They didn't even say that. They said, we'll get back to you.
And they called back like 2 days later, and there was one thing.
And you corrected it.
And I corrected it. And I think Roger and I had a good laugh. I think we had a good laugh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just an amazing thing because, and it's not, we should point out, it's not just Whoopi, it's everybody on that show.
Yeah.
I mean, Joy Behar every day says something that is so provably dumb that you don't need to even fact check it. These are things that anyone with the basic knowledge of these stories already knows is false. And it happens over and over again. It really is incredible.
Yeah.
It's an interesting.
We had a listener refer to them as a coven, which I think is a perfect description for them.
It is.
I love that. I'm going to use that all the time now. It's not the view, it's the coven.
The coven.
I like that. Isn't that great? Yes. Yes, that is fantastic. Man. That's perfect. But yeah, Beto, I think he hurt himself. And you know, he's running for governor.
That's something
It's
hard
hard
for him to do.
It is.
I mean, he's already losing. Obviously, he has no chance in this environment to win.
And right.
And
he's trying to, because he went from, hell yes, I'm going to take your AR-15 and your AK-47s, and you're not going to have the opportunity to kill anybody with those. And then he's gone from that to, now I want to take anything from anybody, and all I want to do is protect the Second Amendment. That's what he now says as he runs for Texas governor. And
Until yesterday. Yeah, then it changed again back to the old viewpoint because that one would serve him in the moment better.
Right.
In his view.
Right.
That's what he does. I discovered. What? I mean, it really is amazing. And you think, too, like, if they thought that if the Democrats believed Beto O'Rourke was a good candidate, if they believed he had a future, this would not be the time to run him, right? This is an incredibly Democratic-leaning year against a candidate Ted Cruz, who was kind of unpopular with the right at times because of his early opposition to Donald Trump. They still lost with Beto. Like, that was the perfect time to knock off a Republican in Texas. Really the perfect situation. They ran Beto, he raised all this money and still lost, then completely collapsed in the presidential race, which was the biggest joke of all time. And, like, you don't throw that guy back into a situation like this if you think he has a future in your party. You use him as a sacrificial lamb that can raise money. And that's what they're doing. I mean, the same thing is happening in Georgia right now with Stacey Abrams. They keep saying she's the future of the party. If the Democrats believe that, there's no way they'd run her this time. Kemp is going to beat her by 15 points.
Yeah, especially with their latest screw-ups, that it's the worst state. It's the worst state to live in.
I don't know. I think Beto could make a good argument that it's Texas.
Yeah.
And this is, like, it's evidence. This is evidence that they hate these places. They hate this country. They hate what these states stand for. They despise them. The only reason they want power is to change them because they hate what they stand for. They hate everything about them. It's their entire philosophy of government is to get control so they can eliminate the foundations of this country. That is their entire
That sounds like a replacement theory.
Political parties do try to replace the others.
Yeah, no, I mean, they're trying to replace all of our institutions, all of our laws, absolutely everything. Everything we've ever believed.
Our God,
replaced. Our families replaced. Our police and police ideas replaced. Our Constitution replaced. Our ideas of gender and that's a boy, that's a girl replaced. Everything is a replacement theory to these guys.
We should point out you're referring to your show last night, which basically took on the idea everybody on the media is saying,
oh, well, everybody on the right has this white replacement theory where people that are looking different are going to replace white people and these white supremacists.
And your point was, let me tell you about the real replacement.
Yes.
It's not that. It's not the crazy freaking, Charlottesville torch theory. It's what's going on in our culture. It's got nothing to do with white or black.
No, like everything. The shootings are about not one thing, but everything that is going on in our government and culture. Mm-hmm. We are ripping the rug out from underneath 300 million people. I mean, look at what they're doing to the economy alone. And they're
They like it. Their Green New Deal, they couldn't get it passed that way, so they're using ESG and executive orders.
Garfield,
and they're
knock it off.
crippling the gas and oil companies. So why? So we can't afford it. So then what? We have to go to electric cars.
What?
Because they're taking gasoline engines out of the picture. How? With ESG. They're telling all of these major auto corporations, you got to be in, because we're not going to be funding, and raising capital for companies that are building combustion engines in about 5 years. So get on board. There's no choice. There's no choice. They've subverted absolutely everything. Now, that's a big conspiracy theory, but let me show you. Oh, man. PolitiFact. They're on to me.
No, they are?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you remember this week when in Davos, a reporter and journalist was detained by the World Economic Forum police? You remember that?
Yes.
Apparently not.
What?
We talked to the guy, though.
Yeah, I know we did.
So this did not happen?
No, it didn't happen. Well, I mean, he was stopped. He was questioned. His team was questioned. He was told to get into the van and go downtown until another reporter showed up. But PolitiFact, look, I mean, this is the notice. Partly false information in a post that Glenn Beck shared.
Oh, no.
Mm-hmm. And I shared, I think this is a Blaze story, but apparently he was not detained. He was not detained.
What was he?
They just asked him to hang out for a while they frisked him and questioned all of his people and said, get into the van. That's not being detained. That's being asked, hey, can you hang out for a minute?
What?
At gunpoint. Okay? Hey, we just want to hang out with you for a minute. You're free to leave.
Conversation.
But if you do, I've got guns pointed at you. So they wanted to make sure that everybody knew that. Oh, and the other fact that I love, the World Economic Forum police. It's not the World Economic Forum police, even though they have a patch on their arm that says World Economic Forum police. They're Swiss police. Okay. So now there are Swiss police that are lent to the World Economic Forum. So they've got a patch on their arm. They're not acting as Swiss police. They're using the Swiss police powers as World Economic Forum police.
Oh.
But that is, let me tell you something. And I mean this sincerely. Let me break it down for PolitiFact. Even though his head is actually a hamburger, he is still Mayor McCheese. Okay? He claims it. The company claims it. There is a McDonald's land. He's actually a mayor. Same with the World Economic Forum police.
Will they find time to fact check any of Whoopi's claims this week?
No, they won't.
Will there be any of those things?
And you know what was crazy about this? Look at how in bed the media is. PolitiFact and all of these others. Look how in bed they are with the left and the World Economic Forum. They'll fact check this over detained. I think, I don't know what your official, you could say, yeah, it's true, but there's two definitions of detained, okay? But that's not what they do. Glenn Beck is sharing false information. But they don't do that to Whoopi. And meanwhile, the CNN anchors are the people conducting the on-stage interviews at this week's World Economic Forum. In bed much? No, there's not a lot of sleeping going in that bed work. Unfortunately, we're the ones who are going to end up pregnant at the end. You know what I mean? Because we're the only ones getting... My Patriot Supply. Diesel prices are through the roof. You know what that means? It means the price of driving trucks go up, which means the cost of every product goes up. Diesel fuel also means not just trucks, but tractors. Farmers have to spend more money on food, on the tractors that will plow the fields and cut the fields and bring the harvest into the barn. But also, fuel prices are so far up, and the war and everything else. Fertilizer. There was just a big train incident up in Canada. Huge delivery of fertilizer. It was derailed.
Oh.
And now it's just laying all over the ground, and it's going to take them weeks to clean it up. So that means fertilizer, not as much food. May I suggest you go to preparewithglenn.com today. I made a special deal with my Patriot Supply.
Really weird, comma. A train carrying fertilizer was derailed, period. It's going to take them weeks to clean it up, period.
You need it. And you know what? I'm telling you, just what an investment. Investing in food today with a dollar that is depreciating as fast as it is. May I just say, just the savings in inflation alone is going to be worth the money. Good investment. 3-month food kit right now. Preparewithglenn.com. The kits ship fast and free. They arrive in unmarked boxes for your privacy. Keep this one to yourself. Preparewithglenn.com. Preparewithglenn.com is going to be worth the money. Good investment. 3-month food kit. This is for your privacy.
Damn, come on, man. Okay. So look and see what it looks like.
Steve Dace.
Everybody else put themselves in their own movies these days, right? So, I mean, Jon Favreau's putting himself in like almost every friggin' episode of Boba Fett and The Mandalorian now.
Did you just say that? Everybody puts themselves in their own movies these days. Sorry, yeah, I just put myself in my own movie last year.
You know, I didn't mean that to sound as upbeat. Sorry, that was a Whoopi Goldberg impersonation, but no, I didn't mean to make it sound like that. I'm just saying that's what everybody does. See a chicken.
The Steve Dace Show, weekdays on the Blaze Radio Network.
What? Oh, fuck me. Yeah, fucking hood. Damn it.
push a gun control agenda without lying. Everything you say is a lie. All the quotes they put up, all the stats they put up, everything they say is a lie. They make up stuff. They fudge the numbers. Murders are down by half over the last 20 years. Accidental shooting deaths of children are down to the lowest number that the National Safety Council has ever recorded. More people are killed with fists and feet than they are with rifles of all types.
Gun Talk, Sundays on Blaze Radio Network.
Some really good news. This is leaked audio from China, from the inside of China. It is a meeting of the heads of the Normalization to War Council. What they're talking about is Taiwanese invasion, on what it's going to take to invade Taiwan. And they are putting the list together and checking it twice. They are mapping out, quote, the normal to war transition plan. It is a high-level meeting. The party secretary from the Communist Party, the deputy secretary, the governor, and vice governor were there. They were acting on strategic decisions by President Xi Jinping, and it was part of his overall strategic situation of China's great rejuvenation. And they are putting together
140,000 military personnel, 953 ships, 1,653 units of unmanned equipment, 20 airports and docks, 6 repair and building shipyards, 14 emergency transfer centers as they prepare to invade Taiwan.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Pat Gray Unleashed.
We need to stand up to this disinformation bull crap. Let us decide what's mis or disinformation and what isn't. Just let free speech be free speech. And the rest of us will do our due diligence figuring out what's real and what isn't. We've done it our entire lives. We don't need Big Brother to fix it for us now.
Pat Gray Unleashed on the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
Maximize your yields with powerful plant health products from Nutrient Ag Solutions. Our local experts are ready to create your custom crop protection and nutrition solution from the widest selection of products, including our lineup of Loveland products, to get you the best return on investment. We're leading the field with growers who want it all. Connect with your local crop consultant or head to your nearest retail location.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-378-8005 now and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Melberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Are you a writer who has devoted your time to writing a book with Christian morals behind it, but need help publishing it? Covenant Books has helped thousands of faith-based authors publish, edit, and sell their books. Covenant Books will help tell your story by printing, marketing, and distributing your book through specialty Christian bookstores and major online book retailers like Amazon, Apple, and many others. Covenant Books. Let us help tell your story. For your free author's information packet, call 1-800-675-5178. That's 800-675-5178.
Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At Private Healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve. With Private Healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't supply healthcare coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance for ages 65 and under with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000 or more, give us a call at 380-8419. That's 800-380-8419. 800-380-8419.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free author submission kit at 800-452-1750. That's 800-452-1750.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-709-7610 for a free legal consultation. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, Rob Reese. So, Rob, who should call in right now?
Well, Gina, it's just like you said.
Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call us right now at 800-709-7610. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Rob. You heard it, everyone. Call us now for a free consultation at 800-709-7610 and find out how much your case is potentially worth.
Attorney advertisement for LHP Law Group may not be available in all states.
We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions.
That's 800-709-7610.
Relatable with Allie. You need the church to take care of the church first and foremost. I also mentioned this yesterday, that many of the verses that evangelicalism has kind of taken out of context, especially over the past century, and has applied it to our interactions with the world, are really directives for the church. Giving up everything you have to take care of one another. Relatable with Allie Beth Stuckey.
On the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
You're listening to the Blaze Radio Network.
This is an encore presentation of the Glenn Beck program. Listen live Monday through Friday from 9 to noon Eastern on the Blaze Radio Network.
For Hillary Clinton on the horizon. I mean, if you believe in the justice system. And some breaking news for you on the Durham case. We go there in 60 seconds. You living your life in pain? Get out of pain. We need everybody on deck. Everybody's in this fight, and we need you, your best self. And I know if you're like me, you tried absolutely everything, and nothing worked, or if it did work, you were a shadow of yourself. Get out of pain with something that's not a drug. It's natural, has 4 key ingredients that work with your body to fight inflation. I know, if you're like me, you just heard a couple of things that say it's never going to work for me. 1, natural, please. The second thing, it's going to reduce inflation. Yeah, I've had the strong stuff. I've had ibuprofen 800. It does nothing, ever, for anything. But maybe that's just me. So I was not for trying Relief Factor. My wife said, try Relief Factor because I'm not going to listen to you whine anymore. So I did. After 3 weeks, I stopped taking it because I said, see, it's not working. And within a day, I was like, okay, it is working. And now I'm 95 to 99% pain-free most of the time. I mean, I have my life back 95%. That is fantastic. ReliefFactor.com. Call 800-4-RELIEF. 800-4-RELIEF. ReliefFactor.com. Feel the difference. Alrighty then. So let's look at what's happening in the Hillary Clinton case. You know, the one that nobody seems to be talking about or covering in the mainstream media. Isn't that weird?
Did you talk about this, by the way, in your podcast that's coming out this weekend with Bill Barr?
Oh, yes, I did. I'll get to that here in a second. Okay. Government prosecutors on Wednesday presented the jury with Michael Sussman's billing records, which they say prove he charged the Hillary Clinton campaign for his meeting with the then FBI General Counsel James Baker, where he shared allegations of covert communications channel between the Trump Organization and Russia's Alpha Bank. Now, Sussman has the prosecution here has put together a really solid case. John Durham did his due diligence on this.
Get up behind
He's
there.
had people testify
Now.
against Sussman saying,
Out.
oh yeah, no, Hillary knew. They were putting it all together and this was the plan. People from the inside. They had people from the FBI going, I love this quote. We actually thought when we looked into this that the person who came up with this intel had some sort of mental deficiency.
Hey.
Wow.
Hey.
Wow. Okay. All kinds of stuff. Yesterday, they had a paralegal with special counsel, John Durham, taking everybody through all of the records. Yesterday.
What are you chasing, dude? What are you chasing? What are you chasing? Is there a stink bug? Ugh. Good luck.
The receipt is for 2-pack of flash drives. That's what Sussman brought to the FBI. Okay, dude. Now, it could be, hey, I billed them for 2 other thumb drives on that day before I went to the FBI. Sure. Could be. Could be. Could be. Could be. Could not be. Yeah. Most likely, yeah. No. That's where I'm leaning right now. Right. Exactly right. Now, they say that the Sussman usually will write, for FBI interrogation or met with the FBI on any bill for any client, he will put a note next to that bill, FBI meeting. And his attorney said, do you see that anywhere? And they're like, no. Do you see that anywhere? Why, if he was trying to hide the fact that he was meeting for Hillary Clinton and the campaign with the FBI, why would he write it down? Maybe it's just me. Now, here's the problem. At least 3 campaign donors of Hillary Clinton's made it into the jury pool.
What?
Also, a supporter of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and a supporter of defunding the police. One juror also has a daughter who's on the same high school crew team as Sussman's daughter. So it's not exactly a friendly jury to anyone but Hillary Clinton.
What the fuck is this?
So there's
Really?
probably
Come
going
on,
to be
guys.
a problem.
Damn.
They're even talking still about putting Sussman on the stand, which Jonathan Turley said yesterday. There's no way you do that. That's a swing for the fences. You don't do that if you're not pretty sure the jury's going to go your way. It's a danger. Turley thinks that this jury is massively biased. So it may not end up the way we want, but at least we have the evidence being presented. And I did bring this up with Bill Barr. I have a podcast that is out for Blaze TV subscribers today, and then it'll come out for the rest of America, wherever you get your podcast, on Saturday and on YouTube. But you really need to hear what he had to say. I asked him about, election fraud. Election fraud. You need to hear his answer on this, because it's what everybody's pissed at him about. You need to listen to his answer. Because I didn't expect that. I didn't expect his answer. I also said I was pissed at him because he left, and he left just swinging out in the wind.
What's new?
You need to hear his answer.
What's new? What did they add?
Blaze just did an exclusive story on this.
What's new?
Let's see. He said allegations leveled against former President Donald Trump by Democrats were seditious. A seditious attempt to undermine his presidency and a grave injustice.
What the fuck is new?
An unbelievable conversation with a guy
and sedition is. And I said, when I brought the question up, I said, what they did, I want to say it's treason, but I know that's, defined a certain way by the Constitution and has death penalty attached to it. So I don't like using the word treason, but it sure feels like
look at the
treason,
engine
but
size.
isn't it at least seditious? And he said, oh, at least seditious. And then I think he would play the clip tomorrow. I think he went on to say, and you might be able to say it was more than seditious. Wow. I asked him, how could you possibly leave Durham out? What happened? You were going to come out with it, blah, 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 blah. He said, I rolled the dice, but he said, my thinking was, I had to, he said, first of all, they weren't done because of COVID. They couldn't hold interviews. Nobody would, you could ask people to come in and chat or be subpoenaed. He said, but nobody was coming in to chat because of COVID, and they knew we couldn't subpoena because there'd be no grand jury called because of COVID. He said, so that pushed everything back, and it wasn't until October of that year that Durham actually could call people to a grand jury. He said, so he continued his work, but he couldn't progress at all. He said, so that's why the delays were there. He said, but also, he said, I bet that this would come out during the Biden administration. He said, I really kind of hacked off Donald Trump. He said, because I told him it's going to come out in the Biden administration. And this was in spring. This is before the election. And he said, yeah, well, Biden's not going to have it. He said, well, that's a conversation for a different time, because he had been advising
anyway.
You've got to take on these voter ID laws and what's happening. You have to take them on right now. And you need to have really credible people and like an accounting firm at these states. I think he mentioned Arizona, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin.
Why is this one cheaper than the other one?
And he said, I told him 6 months before, the federal government can't do these things. You have to do them. And he said he didn't. He thought he was just going to win. So he said to him at that time, the Durham thing, because of COVID, is not going to come out. And Trump said, it's got to come out. And he said, it's going to come out during the Biden administration. And he said, it's actually kind of good because it won't look like it was you that did it. And he said, and it's going to be big. It's going to be big. The reason why he thought they'll never fire Sussman, they'll never shut it down, is twofold. He said, one, they're not going to fire him because then it will look like they're hiding something. And I said, they don't care about any of that stuff. And he said, yeah, I agree. That's why part 2 is so important. He said, this isn't about Joe Biden. This is about Hillary Clinton. And he said, there's no real love for Hillary Clinton. They'll throw her under the bus. Joe Biden, to get the heat off of him, won't mind everything coming out about Hillary Clinton. I thought that was pretty profound. Now, I asked him, do you think it's going to go that far? And he said, I don't know. It's going to be up to the jury, and we know that the jury is in Washington, D.C. You have to listen to this podcast. It's out right now for Blaze TV subscribers. If you're not part of the family, would you join us, please? Last night I did a show, and we had Mark Levin. We talked about the shooting, and we had Mark Levin on, and Allie Beth Stuckey, who is fantastic if you've never heard her. Really a conversation about the shootings and about America and the direction that we're going that you're not going to hear anyplace else. You built a great network for those of you who subscribe, and we are going to be the last man standing. And that's been our intention the whole time, be able to get the voice out.
We have some great people behind us. Join us at BlazeTV.
There's nothing new at Nissan, for fuck's sake. Nothing new here.
It's
Hi, Garfield. What Garfield? What Garfield?
Something
Garfield.
I haven't
What's the matter, kitty?
I was one of the first subscribers, okay? I haven't had to do it. Yeah, you got the hookup. I heard you get it for free. So I don't know what you're talking about. My son, I don't know what my son has as a Blaze subscription. I have no idea if he's meeting with the Chinese or anything like that. I don't know what you're saying there. No, we know you're like a shade for all of a sudden. First of all, you get Blaze
There's
TV
nothing new in
subscription,
here.
then all of a sudden,
Fuck's sake.
there's art that's being sold.
Nothing new.
And then all of a sudden, it's an artist and selling expensive paintings to just random people all over the earth. But unlike Hunter Biden, money clearly is money laundering. Okay. So, what do babysitting, bike repair, lemonade stands have to do with each other? They're just a few of the many businesses the kids have already started after reading The Tuttle Twins and their spectacular show business. You might think, who cares if my kid or grandkid starts a business? The answer is you should. Learning how to operate a business has a lasting impact on kids, one that will carry with them all the way through adulthood. It keeps them appreciating the value of hard work, of running a business, of risk, doing things on their own, figuring things out for themselves, learning how to work with people. It helps them bridge the gap between the magical world where mommy and daddy and their teachers do everything, even organize the game. Kids, grab a baseball bat, go out and play, and if people start screaming and, oh my gosh, he's cheating, work it out. That's the real world that our kids need to be in. Give them opportunities to solve problems and encourage them to start their own business. A book that will help you get them excited about it is The Tuttle Twins and their spectacular show business. I can't believe what this book teaches, and in a very entertaining way that all your kids are going to love. Really. You'll get it for free. Just pay for shipping. TuttleTwinsBeck.com. That's just the cost of shipping for the Tuttle Twins and their spectacular show business. Every home should have these books. TuttleTwinsBeck.com. 10-second station ID. Can you ask Jason to join us in about 10 minutes from now? I want to finish up on Hunter Biden. Have you seen the latest on the Hunter Biden laptop? No, I have not. Okay. You still interested? I'm definitely interested. Because it's getting much worse for Hunter Biden and Joe Biden. So here's the latest from the Washington Examiner. Records located on a copy of Hunter Biden's laptop suggest he took personal data from his sister-in-law's cell phones over a dozen times between 2017 and 2018 without her consent. This according to a former Secret Service agent who has testified in over 100 classified criminal and civil matters at state, federal, and international level as a cyber forensics expert. The data Biden extracted from iPhones is owned by Hallie Biden, widow of his deceased brother, Bill Biden.
4 million.
It includes her text messages, photos,
What, Garfield?
logs, calendars, and over 120 voicemails. Hallie Biden's texts and voicemails were located on Hunter Biden's laptop, were mostly personal in nature, but some indicate she was very aware of his foreign business dealings in China.
Oops.
The whole Joe Biden, no, I didn't know, we didn't know. It's so clear on these things that they just found. The cyber forensics expert commissioned by the Washington Examiner to examine a copy of Hunter Biden's laptop, which was abandoned in a Delaware computer shop.
Really? I can't change fucking wheels?
Showed that he may have violated federal law if he extracted Halle Biden's phone data or Halle Berry's, voicemails without her consent. So was he spying on his sister? Is that what this was? So here's what it is. They investigated the alleged violations of federal computer fraud and abuse. Typically, the Justice Department treats the unauthorized access into other people's computers as very serious. Bear in mind, from a national security perspective, Hunter Biden himself is among the least significant aspects of the Biden investigation. To the extent of his computer files show potentially unlawful activity and shady foreign business arrangements, this is grist for blackmail. Hallie Biden is Hunter Biden's sister-in-law. They began a romantic relationship, they say, after her husband and his brother both died of brain cancer.
Really?
I mean, there are so many aspects of the story that are incomprehensible that if you put them in a movie, it would be so implausible that it would work.
Okay, text messages between Hunter and Hallie Biden on the drive show the two were engaged in an extremely contentious romantic relationship before and during the time where he was extracting data from her cell phone. The messages show Hunter Biden often accused Hallie Biden of cheating on him with a man named David Walsh. You are heartless, and I will not be treated like a second fiddle, not only by Beau, but now by David. Hunter texted Hallie Biden this message on April 28th, 2017. I think your affair with David started innocently enough. The truth is sex is irrelevant. David is irrelevant. The only thing I can't abide by is the lie. Hunter Biden first extracted personal data from her cell phone the evening of May 31st. Records from the drive show the records obtained from the transfer, including Biden's text message history with Walsh. He then started throwing these things back at her. You met him at this time. And she's like, I don't know what you're doing, but you got to stop doing this right now. She then was writing and saying, look, everybody knows about his dealings with China, and we got to get him back into the fold here, because I don't know what he's doing, but he's gone off the rails. This all in and more. All in his laptop. Things are not going to go well there if we trust our justice system. The Glenn Beck Program. Don't you hate feeling like that? You know, the right window treatments can reduce unwanted solar heat through your windows by up to 60%. It's time for you to get your whole home ready for rising temperatures with custom window treatments from Blinds.com. Now through June 1st, you can save up to 50% site-wide during the Memorial Day sale. It's Memorial Day this weekend or next?
Yeah, this weekend.
This weekend. Incredible.
Frankly, it's predictable on the calendar.
I know, but it just seems like it was just here. Ordering online doesn't mean having to sacrifice style or service. Blinds.com has the latest styles. They can help you find whatever you're looking for. They have even outdoor shades to make your deck or patio relaxing summer oasis. And they make it easier than ever. They have access free to expert design consultants, local pros that can handle the installation if you don't want to, and 50% off site-wide right now at Blinds.com. Their Memorial Day sale through June 1st. Get up to 50% off at Blinds.com. Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Just a player.
BlazeTV.com/Glenn is the place to go to subscribe to Blaze TV. Use the promo code Glenn to save some cash.
Steve Dace.
Expletives, include. Yes, you know what? You heard me say I see Glenn later this week. I got to do some movie business down in Texas. I was heading over to do my show at the Blaze Friday. It's going to be like 65 degrees there. That was this week last year when Aaron left for his honeymoon.
Flying back.
I was crushed.
Oh, we were looking out the window. I mean, you were like the soundtrack. You were just saying, it's so bleak.
Yes.
It's so desolate.
The Steve Dace Show.
Weekdays on the Blaze Radio Network.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold and get your free information kit to teach you precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663.
I live alone and rarely have visitors. So when I slipped and fell in the kitchen last month and couldn't get to a phone, I knew I was in trouble. Help! I could barely move. Help! I tried calling for help, but no one could hear me. As I lay there, I couldn't help but think of my kids and grandkids having to go on without me. I was terrified. It took 8
I am in no hurry whatsoever to do those new menu books.
That's when I knew I could
To get a car that I don't want, a Radical, and then 2, I think 6-star tickets, and somebody got 500 grand in gold bars. That was it. So yeah, I'm not there. Nothing.
Again, 1-800-425-6319. Call for your free life alert brochure at 1-800-425-6319.
Put it on the board.
6319.
See what it can do.
6319 today.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-709-7610 for a free legal consultation. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, Rob Reese. So, Rob, you should call in right now.
Well, Gina, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call us right now at 800-709-7610. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Rob. You heard it, everyone. Call us now for a free consultation at 800-709-7610 and find out how much your case is potentially worth. Attorney advertisement for eligible may not be available in all states.
We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions.
That's 800-709-7610.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering liability in the next 60 days, here's some good news for you. To liability until you understand the pros and cons of annuities, free protecting exploits your retirement income from Dow Jones and 3-time other judgment has been released this news. Troops of annuity strategies can simple to understand terms critically and right now because we are going to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 secrets we believe many owners and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-378-8005 now when you receive a free copy of Dow Jones. Next gen annuity strategies will be available for those who setting up States retirees are making other investments today and a free TBD. You get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Always changing the financial regulatory processes. Sometimes life is wonderful, and sometimes it's not. Cherish the good, but always be prepared for life's challenges. At private healthcare, we provide the peace of mind you deserve.
Do that.
Private healthcare, you'll get the coverage you want and healthcare you need. If your employer doesn't
Next lap,
provide healthcare
you'll be good.
coverage and you don't qualify for Medicare or Medicaid, you need to give us a call right now. Private healthcare is private health insurance, ranges $60 with medical, dental, vision, and even prescription coverage. When life comes at you unexpectedly, you need to be ready, and health insurance is your financial safety net. If you're looking for health coverage at the best price and your annual household income is $35,000, give us a call at 380-8419. That's 800-380-8419. 800-380-8419.
It's not bad.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. Professional can be is and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores.
Free offers posted at 800-319-2502. That's 800-319-2502.
If you have thought about remodeling your bathroom, but we're worried it will take too long or cost too much, that's no worry. Diesel right now to cruising up the street. This is all. It's a 4-day road experience.
exit your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-273-6067. 800-273-6067 right now and get 50% off installation with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-273-6067. 800-273-6067. 800-273-6067.
Pat Gray Unleashed.
The founding fathers said, mind your own business. Okay? Don't get involved in your own entanglements. Don't do it. Because it doesn't lead anywhere good. And they have been proven to be right so many times. Their theories and their ideology translates pretty darn well 246 years later.
Pat Gray Unleashed on the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
With us. He is the main writer, researcher for the Glenn Beck television program, and he is also our national security expert. He was with naval intelligence for a long time and can tell us about a new audio tape that has come out of China, smuggled out of China, that apparently shows that they are preparing for an invasion of Taiwan.
Thanks, Joe.
I've got several questions on this. First, Jason, why don't you bring everybody up to speed on what it is, what they're saying?
So first, a quick little correction. You said naval intelligence. I'm not invade your office because I'm Marine Corps intelligence.
It's the same thing. You're on boats.
Bigger.
My apologies. My apologies to every Marine. Just set him off. Go ahead.
So yeah, this is like a council meeting of their war mobilization. So I want to make that clarification because this does appear to be legitimate. They are talking about a massive war mobilization effort on basically theory crafting. What do we need to do? So where do we need to get conscripts? How do we retrofit ships to get the amount which they're guessing in this meeting will take about 953 ships, which is oddly very specific. And they also talk about 140,000 soldiers. They're talking about private companies that need to be utilized. Yeah, I say private in air quotes, public-private companies.
Yeah, no, it's a partnership. It's a public-private partnership. It's what it will be soon, but go ahead.
140,000 soldiers. Yeah, they just go on in very good detail. It goes on for about 56 minutes. I've looked at I've looked at all the names. I've matched up all the faces. These are real people, so this does appear to be legitimate. I do want to say though that they're just one part of this massive, structure within China that's looking at invading Taiwan. And make no mistake, invading Taiwan is a national security necessity for China. They will try it eventually. When is up to, interpretation. I think they're still very far off. It's at least 10 years off.
Right. Now, wait a minute. Hang on just a second. And I think anybody in the intelligence community, because I've talked to several of them, would agree with you that we're at least 5 years off, between 5 and 10. Is this different than what we do at the Pentagon? We should have a plan on, invading Canada in case they went crazy. That's what they should do, is have a plan for anything. Is that what this is?
Yes, I think that's what this is, but it has a little bit more teeth because, when I was in the intelligence community, we did a lot of wargaming, for multiple different countries, so we had the plan in place. If it was, we needed. I think the difference here is that this is their national, so if there's something, let's say that it was our national security imperative that we invade Cuba, and and everyone knew we were going to do it at some point. Well, then this would be a lot more, worrisome if there was something that we show that we were this far ahead in the planning.
Okay.
So that's the difference here. Like, they will do soon. They will, you know,
Soonish, you know. Yeah. So soon for the Chinese, which could be
right.
500 years away. Let me ask you the next obvious question. In a state that has total surveillance, and records of everybody's cell phone, what it's doing, where it's been, who smuggled this out? How did it get out? And is it intentionally let out?
Yeah, so I was kind of getting to this a little bit earlier, but there's multiple different factions that are looking at this. There's the war mobilization faction like this. They're all like their job is to make sure that if we do this, we're prepared to do it. Now there's the other factions in the Communist Party that are like, are you looking at the geopolitical perspective right now? Are you looking at what's happening in Russia right now in Ukraine? We do not want to, we're trying to get our economy going the way it's been going for the past 10, 15, 20 years. That's not going to happen. That's a full stop. Everything they want to get done with Belt and Road, can you imagine what happens to Belt and Road? If what happens to Russia happens to them, it completely goes away. So there's those factions within the CCP that are like, wait a minute, let's take a step back. Yes, we agree we have to do this in the future, but this is not something that we can be thinking about in the near term.
Do you really think it goes? Do you really think that all goes away if they take Taiwan and somebody doesn't blow up the high-tech plants? They control like 99% of every chip, and most importantly, the hardest chips to make. That's all in Taiwan. You really think that, you know, countries fold all the time because they need something?
Yeah, the issue with Taiwan, looking at the economic perspective, it's almost mutually assured destruction. If you go after Taiwan, you're also, you know, critically damaging the Chinese economy because they do a massive amount of business with Taiwan. It's almost like an Achilles heel that kind of shoves this invasion way down the line because China's just not ready for it right now. They don't have a purely, you know, domestic economy. It's purely based off of exports. Purely based off of exports. The United States and massive amounts from Taiwan. So they're just not ready. I do believe the United States, I don't think that they can take Taiwan. And not as long as the United States Navy is what it is in the Pacific. I do not believe they can do it. And look at these numbers that they're talking about. 140,000 soldiers, over 20 airfields and docks, 950 ships. That is look at the mobilization that happened in Russia and Ukraine. We were able to see that, you know, months ahead of schedule. This amount of mobilization, I mean, they're going to start 6 months later, they'll be ready. So what's going to happen once this starts going down? The United States Navy is going to push massive amounts of hardware, you know, multiple fleets into that area.
If we have the fuel. If we have the fuel.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
So, did you read my Davos WEF executive summary today that I got?
Yes.
Okay. Can we go through this a bit? Because Al Gore spoke at the Davos meeting yesterday. He was part of a panel turning up the heat on greenwashing. And during the panel, Al Gore and other panelists lamented the fact that far too many companies pledge to lower their carbon emissions, but only a small percentage actually follow through with their commitment. It's what they call greenwashing. So his solution to dealing with the inaccurate reporting of CO2 emissions, a network of satellites that can track CO2 emissions down to an incredibly detailed level. He says, according to an S&P report of more than 5,000 companies, only 37% have any emissions target at all for scope number 1 and scope number 2 emissions. Only 24% have net zero targets. And of the companies that have set emission targets, less than half are aligned with a science-based approach to even 2 degrees, much less 1.5 degrees. 58% of the companies don't even report their scope 3 emissions, let alone have a plan to reduce them. And in a recent poll, 1,500 business executives from 16 countries, only 36% said that their companies have tools to measure the progress on sustainability.
So he says greenwashing is a major obstacle to solve the climate crisis, made up of falsehoods, clever PR, and it's got to stop. Al Gore then shares the exciting news. We're about to enter the age of radical transparency. Now, just hear this, and Jason, chime in at any time. Entering an age of radical transparency.
Right.
Not for you to be able to see into the government, not for you to see into the elites, but for the elites to see into everything in your life. He said, I've been among those who have formed a new coalition called Climate Trace, which stands for Tracking Real-Time Atmospheric Carbon Emissions. He says it's a coalition of artificial intelligence technology companies, NGOs, and universities using data from 300 existing satellites from multiple countries, ground, sea, and air-based sensors, and internet data streams to machine learning to create algorithms for every single sector and subsector of the economy. This October, we'll publish the world's first inventory of exactly where the greenhouse gas emissions are coming from and in what amounts. He said it's going to make a dramatic difference, so investors, supply chain managers, NGOs prioritize their campaigning activities, financial institutions, if they want to know where the emissions are coming from, upstream and downstream, it's all going to be laid out for the world to see. That's all for me. Successful. I'll give you the details in a second. If you think that the perfect moving experience doesn't exist, you need to call real estate agents I trust. You might be surprised. I mean, moving is no fun. Trust me. And selling your house. Oh, we got another open house. We have another showing. Hey, can you guys get out of the house? I know it's Sunday morning and all the houses are packed from Saturday, but can you guys get out of the house for about 2 hours? Right now, we're actually outside. Oh, sure. Oh my gosh, I hate all of that. This, you need a great real
466-9006.
I live alone and rarely have visitors. So when I slipped and fell in the kitchen last month and couldn't get to a phone, I knew I was in trouble. Help! I could barely move. Help! I tried calling for help, but no one could hear me. As I lay there, I couldn't help but think of my kids and grandkids having to go on without me. I was terrified. It took 8 hours for my neighbor to find me. It could have been the end of me. That's when I knew I needed life alert. Just one press of this button, I'm connected to the Life Alert Center, where I can get the help I need, even when I cannot reach a phone. With Life Alert, I'm never alone.
Call 1-800-425-6319 for your free Life Alert brochure. That's 1-800-425-6319. Again, 1-800-425-6319. Call for your free Life Alert brochure at 1-800-425-6319. 1-800-425-6319 today.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call for your free author submission kit at 800-452-1750. That's 800-452-1750.
Hi, everyone. If you've been injured in an accident that was not your fault, listen up. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth. Call 800-709-7610 for a free legal consultation. I'm here with spokesman for the firm, Rob Reese. So, Rob, who should call in right now?
Well, Gina, it's just like you said. Anyone who's been injured in an accident that was not your fault, call us right now at 800-709-7610. We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions and tell you how much your case is potentially worth.
Thanks, Rob. You heard it, everyone. Call us now for a free consultation at 800-709-7610 and find out how much your case is potentially worth.
Attorney advertisement for LHP Law Group may not be available in all states.
We have legal professionals standing by to answer your questions.
That's 800-709-7610.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. Professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores.
Call for your free author submission kit, 800-319-4502. That's 800-319-4502.
If you're over the age of 50 and considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and 3-time author Josh Melberg has been released. This book reveals little-known truths about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-378-8005 now and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Melberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Employees of J.D. Melberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Pat Gray Unleashed.
45 to 48 new pronouns.
That's good.
For some reason, we have to accommodate them totally and completely and without question. Do they have to accommodate us? No. I thought we were a democracy. Isn't that what they always call us? If you want to be a democracy, let's be a democracy and tell the minorities to shut up.
Pat Gray Unleashed on the Blaze Radio Network.
Subscribe on YouTube, Spotify, or wherever podcasts are found.
This is the Glenn Beck program. All right, so John Kerry, we're back with Jason Pettrill, and he is talking to us about the World Economic Forum and Davos, day 3.
Jason, the First Movers Coalition. This is John Kerry yesterday talking about, when we first got together a year ago with Joe Biden, he announced 35 companies that were coming in on the First Movers, a public-private partnership with the White House. And now it's up to 55 companies. What does that mean?
And this is just the 55 companies that are publicly announcing that they're in this public-private. I mean, we know there are far more than just 55.
Well, but these 55, $9 trillion in worth, and these 55 represent 50% of all global GDP. That's a little crazy.
Yeah, this is, again, something that we're going to highlight in our show next week. It's a must-watch show. You have to next week. But we're going to highlight some of the wording they used in Biden's barrage of executive orders. And reading some of this stuff is just blowing my mind. They're stating, and this First Movers Coalition is all part of this, is they are intentionally trying to manipulate the markets. They don't care. I mean, they're trying to manipulate the market. They know that the United States government is actually the largest purchaser of goods in the entire world. In the entire world. So they're directing all of these companies to jump on board with what the federal government is already doing, which is, intentionally only buying certain things that they agree with, like only things that are considered low carbon footprint, that are green. If you work in some of these industries that are considered high carbon footprint, or your social and governance is not on par with what they want, then they are intentionally trying to manipulate the market to drive you out of business. Or, if your business goes out, then you are intentionally driven out of a job. They really do not care, but that's what this is about. They're intentionally trying to manipulate the market and radically transform the economy.
And that's the lie that Biden keeps saying, that, none of his stuff is affecting the gas price. All of his stuff, including from the World Economic Forum and the Great Reset, that's the point of the Great Reset, is to get rid of fossil fuels and oil and gas. And we are going to pay an extraordinary price in human lives, in starvation, wealth, and progress. This is so dangerous, what they are doing right now. We'll have all of those. Thank you, Jason. We'll have all of this and updates on what every agency is doing. And wait until we tell you what FEMA is doing next Wednesday on the Glenn Beck special. Next Wednesday, join us at blazetv.com/Beck.
This is the Glenn Beck Program.
Hunter Biden, his laptop, and really what was in there, his father's a crook. That's what was in there.
Mark Levin speaks his mind.
Look what's going on our borders. That's just one issue. If you cared about our country, you'd secure it and find out who the hell's coming in here. You don't give a damn.
He tells it like it is.
They want leftists on the court, and they want as little pushback as possible.
And he holds nothing back.
They have hijacked everything, these bastards. They really have.
Levin TV. Watch exclusive episodes at blazetv.com/Levin.
During this unprecedented time of worldwide economic challenge, it's so important that you keep a close eye on your retirement and be ready to take the steps necessary to protect your money. Having a portion of your IRA or 401k backed by physical gold and silver offers Americans the diversification needed to hedge against economic volatility and potential turmoil. Savvy retirement savers are those with the foresight to safeguard with genuine stores of value, like physical gold and silver, which in the past have soared during periods of misery for the rest of the economy. Diversify your hard-earned savings today by calling Birch Gold Group and get your free information kit to teach you how precious metals can protect your family's financial future. Birch Gold is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau and has thousands of satisfied customers. Call them 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663. 800-496-6663.
Balance of Nature's fruits and vegetables in a capsule.
changing the world one life at a time.
I had no energy for months and months and months. I had no energy, and I'm a very active person. And my husband was
Sorry
noticing
about
that
that.
I was tired all the time, and I was.
Oh, I shouldn't have left you hanging like that.
And I kept listening to the commercials, and you know, you don't know if things are going to go on, but I decided that I was going to listen to. And lo and behold,
What?
in about
Oh,
4 days to taking them, I was repotting plants, I was doing other things. My husband said to me, "You seem to have more energy," and I said, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." And I'm telling you, nothing has ever made such a difference. So anyway, I'm very happy.
Right now, Balance of Nature is offering free shipping and 35% off on any new preferred order. Call 1-800-2468-751 or go to balanceofnature.com.
I think we're gonna do another run or two to get us back up.
Considering buying an annuity in the next 60 days, I have some important news for you. Don't buy an annuity until you understand the pros and cons of annuities. A free book to help you maximize your retirement income from television host and
Gotta get
three-time
back up
author
to
Josh
5.
Milberg has been released. This book
Gotta
reveals
get back to
little-known
5
truths
minutes.
about annuity strategies in simple-to-understand terms. Grab a pen right now because we are about to offer you this free book that unlocks the 5 little-known secrets we believe baby boomers and seniors should know before buying an annuity. Call 800-378-8005 now and you'll receive a free copy of Josh Milberg's book, Next Gen Annuity Strategies Revealed. As a bonus, we'll also send you a copy of The #1 Mistakes Retirees Are Making with Their Investments Today and a free DVD on how you can get up to 33% more income in retirement. Call 800-378-8005. That's 800-378-8005. Employees of J.D. Milberg Financial have the appropriate licenses for the products they offer.
Why have thousands of aspiring authors teamed up with Christian Faith Publishing to publish their book? Because Christian Faith Publishing is an author-friendly publisher who understands that your labor is more than just a book. Professional book editing, award-winning design, and some of the highest royalty structures in the publishing industry. Christian Faith Publishing will publish, market, and sell your books in all major bookstores, online booksellers, as well as specialty Christian bookstores.
Call for your free author submission kit, 800-319-4502. That's 800-319-4502. If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A Jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-273-6067, 800-273-6067 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-273-6067, 800-273-6067, 800-273-6067.
You work hard to provide a better life for your family. The only problem is that you now have a tax penalty.
Call 800-273-60.
Idris Elba, and this little journey of words.
What the crap, man?
I'm Idris Elba, and this little journey of words is brought to you by me and Booking.com, but mostly by me. Now, imagine you're on vacation, you and your favorite people. Beachside bungalows, perfect weather, the smell of barbecue,
see what we can do.
It's probably just a click away. There's over 28 million places. Chances are we've got the perfect place for your next trip. Come on, now you need it. Find your perfect place to stay. Booking.com.
Blaze Radio Network. And now, True Fact with Jeff Fisher.
You can't trust anyone anymore. An Arizona faces felony charges for pretending to be a licensed dental hygienist. I don't know why you would want to pretend that you are a licensed dental hygienist, but she did. Elizabeth Larjana, also known as Elizabeth Garcia Castillo, collectively worked and attempted to work at more than 10 dental offices in California between 2015 and 2020. They found her in Glendale, Arizona, where she was working as a dental hygienist. She was extradited to San Jose, California for her arraignment, and now she's out on bail until the middle of June of 2022. The last thing, according to the district attorney, is somebody to be worrying about is whether the person cleaning their teeth or using anesthetics is licensed to do that work. So make sure you are, you're getting qualified personnel, and you've got to be able to have the approved educational program, must pass written and clinical examinations, and you must be legal. I don't know why it surprises me that someone would pretend to be a dental hygienist. Because I can think of a number of things that, you want to pretend to be. But dental hygienist is down the road. Maybe that's why she got away with it for so long.
The car seems faster than the Lexus. Then again, the Lexus is also newer.
Next time you go to the dentist. Hey, it's Fat Pile Friday. Welcome to Chewing the Fat. As I said, it's Fat Pile Friday, and I've got a stack of fat, a pile of fat to get through. I want to get through one of them. Get rid of these stories because we're coming up on a long weekend. I want to be able to have these stories and just put them in the trash and get rid of them. Let's put that fat pile away, shall we? So congratulations to the graduating seniors at the LA Arts School. They 284 strong class of 2022 from Obutto College of Art and Design, and they had their entire student debt paid off by the college's most successful Snapchat co-founder, Ivan Spiegel, totaling an undisclosed record-breaking gift of more than $10 million. The donation was added to by Cora Beauty founder Miranda Kerr, Spiegel's wife and partner in the Spiegel family. One of the students said, "Hey, this changed my life." I know, and it absolutely did, and I'd like to thank them for that. That's awesome that they would do that. I don't know if it doesn't say, if I was paying for it myself. Did they give me the money? Or if I was paying for it myself, it was out of loan. If you took out a loan, you had that paid for. If you didn't take out a loan, but good for them, and thank you to Snapchat co-founder and the wife for donating to the Obutto College of Art and Design.
woman racked up $70,000 more. Wow. Just incredible. One of the students said, my mom was crying. They were so worried about it for me. I had so much debt. If it's really all gone, it would be so much debt. Yeah, that would have been, I mean, your mom should have said, hey, why don't you now go to debt and work, and then you can go to school and pay it off. Well, that's not how it works. I mean, sorry. What am I thinking? Anyway, congratulations. Congratulations to all the students who now go home and die. So, we know now that American women had more babies last year than predicted. The U.S. birth rate rose 1% compared to 2020, marking the first time the infant population has grown since 2014. And it kind of dispels at least a few concerns. The massive pandemic baby bust. So everybody thought naive that we would have babies because of the pandemic. But apparently now we did have a number of other things because of the pandemic. But not babies. Still, the number of births remained below the replacement level that's required for a population to sustain itself from one generation to the next, minus immigration, of course. Maybe, perhaps, instead of having, monogamous, heterosexual relationships, man and woman, man and woman creating children, population growing in whatever country you're living in. Maybe it's because we have people who are busy in their polyamorous relationships. And I love this explanation from this Sailor Star on TikTok. Described her polyamorous relationship. Polyamorous.
Amorphophallus.
Her and all her pals live in a relationship together. You want to talk about contact tracing? She's got it.
Hi, my name's Anna, and I'm in a polyamorous relationship.
Oh, hi, Anna.
Normally, when people think polyamory, they think two women and a man in a throuple-type relationship together. But that's not what polyamory is.
Oh.
I mean, that's one type of polyamory. But polyamory is an umbrella term for many different types of non-monogamous relationships. I call my type of relationship a polycule or a constellation because it looks like a molecule or a constellation. There are several people involved in various different ways, and more people have joined from the last time I did one of these. So let's get a little update. I'm sure you can follow along just fine. Okay, so at the center of it all is obviously me. Here's me. In case you forgot, I have this account. I have right or chair. I am married to Jake. There's Jake. Super cute. We currently live together. I am also dating Spencer. Here's Spencer. We've been together for a while, but are not currently living together. I am also dating Ellie. She's in a newest relationship, but just as important as all the others. Ellie life partners with Izzy. Here's Izzy. It works means they plan on spending the rest of their lives together without any romance or sex involved. I know Izzy is also casually seeing Spencer. Here's Spencer again, just in case you forgot. Remember, Spencer is dating me. And I am married to Jake.
Right.
Now Jake is currently dating Rocket. This is Rocket. They are very hot and very tall. Rocket also has another long-term relationship with his girlfriend. He also has a weird platonic relationship with another partner. These partners don't wish to be included, which is perfectly fine, but that means you'll
No, it's not for fine,
Now
idiot.
remember, I am only
Fucking
dating
deviant.
Ellie and Spencer, and I'm married to Jake. Those are the only three people I'm involved with. This person, and Izzy could all have other partners. But seeing as they're not involved in my inner polycule, I don't know if that's okay. Anyways, this is why we call it a polycule or constellation. See, you totally got that. Super easy to follow. But yeah.
Sure, baby.
No, you're a constellation. Hello. You're Anna, and you're married to Jake. I'm assuming you follow this probably. You're Anna, and you're married to Jake. Then you also see Spencer, and you also see Ellie. Now, Jake, who you're married to, is in a relationship with Rocket. Maybe the Fat Pile Friday theme today. Good times. It is, like I said, Fat Pile Friday. So this is a story I've had Fat Pile for quite some time. A woman, 37, born with 2 vaginas and 2 uteruses.
What?
Oh, she opens up about the rare condition, explaining she gets 2 periods a month and can get pregnant with 2 babies.
Bullshit.
At the same time.
Bullshit.
By 2 different men.
Bullshit.
Man, how much do you want to have that issue? Huh? How much? That's what I thought. She was born with uterus genital thighs. Now it's not.
Amorphophallus.
It's called uterus
Didelphus.
Didelphus, that's what I said. There's no need for me to repeat it.
Didelphus?
Yeah, thank you. I got it. So it's an abnormality, which is because the baby girl grows too. So she has 2 cervixes now and tissue that creates 2 separate bleeding parts. I know, like it. I don't know why it's hard for me to say that. She, of course, has a TikTok channel, and she's known as the Lady Leanne that answers questions on her reproductive organ, which is wonderful. And she could, like I said, get pregnant by 2 separate men and be considered high risk, but they can do it, have cesarean births, and it could happen. So, according to Wikipedia, it's a 1 in a million chance that it happens. And she said she didn't even realize it until she had such excruciating pain during, the monthly visit that such severe cramping that the doctor's like, yeah, you got 2 uteruses, so yeah, you're such excruciating pain. Here, now you just be bedridden and have some painkillers, okay? Okay, she said for those few days it's just in bed and basically like crap. Just incredible. But in keeping with the theme of today's Fat Pile Friday, good times. Good times. Think of that though. Just look at that for a second. Okay, that's enough. Let's go to the break room. I need something cool to drink. Desperately. So Netflix released the Ricky Gervais new comedy special, Supernature, which I have not watched yet. I'm watching it in 1 weekend. I got a lot of content to watch this the next coming 3 or 4 days. So within hours, of course, viewers noted how Gervais made graphic, transphobic jokes during his set.
Of course he did.
And they're pissed. And this is the second time they're still pissed at Dave Chappelle with his closer that some Netflix employees blocked out last year. Chappelle had an attacker who said he did it because he was offended with the trans joke. I want him to know that next time he should consider first running his material by people it could affect. How about no? How about no? Either way,
fucker.
if you don't want to not even take a chance at that, go and see the event. How about that? How about we do that? Okay? All right, let's do that. So I'm sure I would be willing to bet that Ricky's transphobic, graphic transphobic jokes are jokes. That's what Ricky does. And I'm sure he's going to be devastated that people are upset with his comedy special. Devastated. I'm sure. And as long as we're talking about, transgender, congratulations to Lord Cox, who's now got a transgender Barbie after her, so whoever Cox, the actor. She's done some great work for stuff, especially the Blackhead and Bending Anna. She was great in that, so, good for her. I mean, I guess anybody can get a Barbie now.
He's him.
I'm sure. I don't see any effect yet, Marcus. So maybe I
was gay. He decided to sort of go home.
The plus-sized, beautiful people should be pissed. Start protesting Mattel. You want fat guy Barbies, or fat girl Barbies, or fat trans Barbies. It's not gonna happen. But, I mean, it's certainly good. That's all we need. That's all we need. And speaking of all we need, I see where Kevin Spacey talked about, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, where he was getting
same exact spot.
Back into acting. They were going to give him some work, right? He was going to be in this historical drama to appear in the UK, Hungarian, Mongolian, epic 1242. And he was going to come back, and he was going to be having. And Kevin is a great actor. Well, now he's got 4 sexual assault charges against him in Britain. I don't know what that means. Maybe it means he can't go there to work. I don't know if they can extradite him there. The Crown Prosecution Service said it had authorized criminal charges on the 4 sex assault counts and 1 of causing a person to engage in penetrative sexual activity without consent. So the incidents took place in London between 2005 and 2008, allegedly, and one in Western England in April 2013. Victims are now in their 30s and 40s, and so we'll see what happens with that. But criminal proceedings against Spacey are now underway. What does that mean? What does that mean for Kevin? Does he have to go over there and get his hand slapped from the crowd? I don't know. I mean, I find it difficult to believe that Kevin will be going to jail in the United Kingdom. Maybe that's just me. Might cost him some work, though. I mean, if the Prince can stay in the UK so he doesn't get charged here in the US, then obviously Kevin Spacey, an American Prince, can stay in the US and not get charged in the United Kingdom. However, or not go to prison in the United Kingdom, but he can't go there to work. So it shuts down his work. And I don't think that was the first time I actually heard a lot on this show. Couldn't be the first time, but you know, you move your fingers and you do that. And that's we named it Uncle 100 years. And it just was something stupid. I can't believe I just did it. I do that, you know, in my personal life, and everything I have is shared, and that's called a law, and it just means enough. You don't believe it, agonizing, unbelievable. And if that happens in anything, whether it's a show or life, you just give them the law, and it's understood. Broadway shows I see, and not quite what they're used to. Pre-pandemic high, they were pulling in almost $2 billion. 2018, 2019, they were pulling $8 billion. straight and raw, I'm going to teach rap at MIT. Congratulations. So I was hoping to be able to tell you that I had a box of the Oreo Ritz mashup cookie record being sent to Chewing the Fat to try. In fact, they should have just sent it to me, but they did not. And I had to be ready to order at Oreo.com/Ritz, 12 p.m. Eastern, 11 Central, yesterday, May 26th, 2020, to score a pack. And it's only going to be $3.95 to cover the shipping. And, you know, they said, act fast, which meant I don't even know that I had 2 boxes available. But I was there, and oh no, the snack you didn't know you were waiting for has, no, that's another tasty opportunity. Follow us on social to see what we got coming next. How about, we put some more of this on the market, but like a small box of Ritz and Oreos mashed up together and looked really, really good. You have Ritz, peanut butter, and you have the Oreo white filling and the Oreo cookie. That looked really good. And in a dumped in a bowl of milk, I bet it was awesome. And it's going to be awesome. But I'll never do it because it was so good. So, okay, Oreo with Ritz, peanut butter. Congratulations on the whole mashup. But a little ticked that I could not get there. We were talking about crime, which this was obviously the great Ritz mashup wasn't available. It was right there on time. Couldn't get there, couldn't get any of the crime. But we'll talk about crime. I mean, we have the pastor who was forced to step down in Indiana. He was a minister of the New Life Christian Church in Outreach. I'm sure it was no fine in the church. John B. Lowe, in a second. He resigned from his role and stepped down because he was having an affair. Amicable. Absolutely. No. He confessed to his affair from 20 years ago to the church on Sunday. A man and woman came on stage to speak in front of the church with the woman saying that she was victimized by them when she was 16. Lowe did not mention the age of the person he had an affair with. He confessed to the church's congregation. I told you I committed adultery. I told you it went on far too long. I can't do anything about that except to tell you if I could go back and redo it all, I would. I can't.
Out of
All I
gas.
can do is ask for you to forgive me. Now, there's some kind of investigation going on down in Indiana, but according to what I've read, the consent age in Indiana is 16. That doesn't make it any better. There's video. I'm not going to play the audio. It's just the people telling the story, and he apologizes and people are hollering in the congregation. So hopefully the congregation will be able to forgive him. But that doesn't mean he's going to get his meal back. So he'll be working putting together Oreo Ritzes. The not too distant future, I'll tell you that. Okay, we're talking about crime. Lake Worth, Texas just had their biggest bust ever. Big drug bust in Lake Worth, Texas. Never places out. That was on the military base. Oh, be silly. So they gave a list. Lake Worth Police Department released a list of everything that they found in this home. 11 guns of varying styles and calibers, one of which was stolen. 2 homemade suppressors, silencers, 1 pill press, 3,390 grams of suspected amphetamine, Adderall, powder, rock, and homemade pills, 18.6 grams of suspected fentanyl powder, 17 grams of suspected DMT, and diethylmethamphetamine. Yeah, that's what I said. So 54 grams of suspected bath salts, 24 grams of suspected cocaine, 186 grams of suspected promethazine serum, 20 grams of suspected homemade alprazolam, Xanax pills, 42 grams of suspected methamphetamine. So he was also charged with 2 counts of manufactured delivery of a controlled substance. Currently being held in Tarrant County Jail. Girlfriend says he'll be back in a couple of weeks. The neighbors are saying, yeah, there was constant traffic in and out of the house. What are you talking about? It's been going on for a couple of years. And so they didn't find large amounts of cash in the home. So because they didn't find large amounts of cash, the cops are like, hey, just use this part that he had to make the purchases of all the stuff he had. And so now he's just waiting to sell the stuff and make his cash back. I mean, the home had heavy security, surveillance cameras, covering the entire outside of the property, the driveway, the front door. So we'll see what happens. We shall see what happens. But I love that they're making this is what we've got here in Lakewood. They claim $2,285,250 in street value, which, according to them, is 72 times larger than average operations. All right, I mean, you got drug paraphernalia, bath salts, cocaine, guns, fentanyl, methamphetamine, and so good times. That's the theme. Theme of Fat Bob Friday, good times. Just like where I see where the crime segment, right? Crime segment. Tonight's episode, just crime. I see where people are hooked up to stay in the motel room in Evansville, Indiana, where Casey White and Mickey White stayed. Remember, they were kind of like the broke away in the guard. And Mickey White and Casey White is back in prison now. That motel room, room 150 at Motel 41 in Evansville, where they spent their final days together, has now been booked up. At least 70 true crime aficionados are on a list to stay in room 150 at Motel 41. Good times. Good times. The motel clerk just said that normally costs $63 a night, is now going for $75 to $100. Price gouging. Sunday, 25 people called to ask for the information room, adding that the staffers have removed the room number on the door after someone
slower in this car, actually.
Because they were
knock her out, Pepper.
True crime aficionados. Just amazing. Still good times. Still good times.
Knock her out, Pepper.
And still not word on what's going to happen to former NFL player and NFL player Brendan Langley, who was caught by fighting with the United Airlines employee at Newark, New Jersey airport. United Airlines employee has been fired. Langley has been suspended from the Canadian Football League. The state Predators suspended him, Stampede, according to their Jim manager, John Huffnagel. He said the Stampeders take matters such as these very seriously. After learning of the details involving the criminal charge, he indefinitely suspending Brendan Langley. We have that. I mean, we'll see what happens. He said the guy was first. They both got him to the line. But I think I definitely was on the court. Put him down. So he came back up and fight. So, you know, what that will. What's good about that is we'll run alley ball back up into the black light of New Mexico. So DA still conducting a criminal investigation into the shooting of Lynn Hutchins and the record of the same time he was actually shot and killed. That is still uncleared on that, and there's civil suits pending. I know that the record guys should be put on the no-fly list. Yeah, workplace safety is a really important thing, isn't it, Alec Baldwin? Just a few headlines from around the world. Department of Justice announced the use of force policy requiring federal officers and agents to act if they see other officers using excessive force. I mean, it's not happening. That's just a good policy about fucking with them. China issues a direct warning to the United States, announces military drills after they're commenting about military action in Taiwan. Iran warned to Israel, hey, we're ready for war. Nothing else happened. I don't know. Let's see. You've got the China and Taiwan. Let's look at the globe of China and Taiwan. Iran. Ukraine and Russia. Mexico border of the United States is pretty much jumped on our people looking for a better life. Okay, you got it. So it's almost like all of the language is made. And I see the administration now is considering, we should probably they haven't done enough. They haven't done enough to help the American people and the oil business out. All we should do is ban exports. Yeah, more. And did I mention that a large chunk of North America is at risk for blackouts this summer? Good times. Good times. Yeah, well, due to drought and supply chain disruptions and other pressures. That's what the U.S. regulators said. Yeah, I would guess that it's more of the other pressures than supply chain disruption. And if you listen to too much, and so doesn't blow. Then we don't have power. And gosh darn it, we're just out of luck. Speaking of blowing, I see where Apple has launched its self-service repair store.
What?
And it looks like that was, because they had all the people after, the right to repair. We should be able to fix our own Apple phones, our iPhone. We shouldn't have to just take it to you. Okay. So we'll open a self-service repair store. Okay, no problem. Apparently, though, it's time-consuming and expensive and difficult. So, I'm sure that Apple didn't make it that way.
No.
There was one reporter that said he replaced his iPhone 12's battery through a self-repair store. He's charged $96 for materials, plus $1,210 credit card hold for the 75 pounds of industrial equipment required for the repair. And he damaged the phone during the process. And then there was another reporter that tried to fix his iPhone mini that had the same experience.
That's
an
warranty,
Apple
though.
associate can replace that battery for $69. So maybe you ought to not want to do it yourself. I'm sure that Apple is trying to help you get through the situation. No problem. I mean, I know that modern electronic devices are complex, highly integrated, miniaturized, isn't easy. So go ahead, do it yourself. Right to repair movement, but it's going to cost you some money and time. And if you break it, you're going to have to pay us a whole bunch more money. That's kind of fun. I mean, I'd be pissed if I was a right to repair movement person. I would be pissed because that's Apple just doing it on purpose, right? They'll never admit it, but it is them doing it on purpose. And they don't want customers repairing their phones. It's simple. So get it through your thick skulls. Right to repair movement. Nobody gets to repair their own stuff anymore. The new world. Okay? And you're not going to join a union either. I saw the leaked video of Apple's vice president, Deidre O'Brien, as she was telling employees, you know, really not your best interest in joining a union. Really? Yeah. We've got 3 Apple stores, New York, Maryland, and Georgia, that have begun to push to unionize. Yeah, that's fine, but it really wouldn't be in their best interest. What does that mean? That probably means, you know, you guys join a union, that's great, we're all for it, but it looks like those stores are not very profitable, and we're just going to have to close those stores down. We'll try to find you some work someplace else, but I don't know how long that's going to take. But you keep trying to be, okay? Wow. Good times.
What if I don't want those wheels?
Times. I see where Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg, that's what friend Zuck call him, is being sued for his role in the Cambridge Analytica data breach.
Oopsies.
No. I mean, it might cost him a house or 2. I don't know. I mean, I know that he's, you know, Mr. Low guy. I mean, he just wears T-shirts. Sure, they're $400 or $500 T-shirts, but he just wears T-shirts and jeans. That's him. I mean, okay, so he has, you know, mansions, security, and private jets. So, if you were what is he, the 16th richest guy in the world now? 15th, whatever he's worth. I don't know. He's worth, you know, 50 or 60, 70 billion dollars. You know, he's living a pretty good life. He's got a property portfolio of about 320 million. I guess it's probably more than that. I guess he's got a yacht, 150 million yacht called Ulysses. You know, look, he's Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp. The guy is doing pretty good. He's got his $186 million land in Hawaii. I know they tried to call him a colonist out there in Hawaii, and he was like, "Oh, really? Yeah, let's buy some more." I mean, he's got 707 acres on the island of Kauai. He bought for $116 million. The land includes most of the Pilai Beach and Kauai plantation. I think that's how you call it. It might be
Amorphophallus
plantation, prompting critics to, you know, really dislike him very much. And he said, you know, I'm already disliked. Tough. So, you know, he's got the Palo Alto, California house. That's only $116 million. Nothing. Big deal. He's got the $59 million Lake Tahoe compound. He's got 2 adjacent lots there on Lake Tahoe's west shore. So
come on already! What the crap, man?
Coming in when you're there, you can't do that. I don't like that at all. So he's now pretty good.
All right, one more run.
Pretty good. That's what he should. Never mind the, you know, millions of dollars spent on security and private jets. And, you know, he's the guy. He's just driving the $1 million car. Of course, he has a Honda in the driveway as well, the Honda Fit. But he's driving his Pagani Huayra. It's only $1 million. Is that how you say it? Pagani Huayra. Yeah, that's what I said. So he's doing okay. So I'm not sure a lawsuit against the whole Cambridge Analytica thing will, you know, bring his lifestyle down any. All right, have a great holiday. For those of you listening live, it is the 27th of May, 2022. We've got Memorial Day weekend ahead of us. Forget that coming up next week is the start of the 2022 hurricane season. We'll get into that next week. It's, June 1st is the beginning of it. It's possible that, a hurricane could just show up and wipe everything out.
Poof out of nowhere, there's a hurricane.
An unusually active Atlantic hurricane season this year. So I know NOAA is forecasting a likely range of 14 to 21 named storms. We've got to talk about this next week. But anybody, if you just forecast yourself every year, what's your forecast? Well, I was thinking, between 8 and 18. And you're going to be close. And then you can reassess halfway through the season. Now they figure 14, what they've forecasted is 14 to 21 named storms, 39 mile an hour or higher. 6 to 10 could become hurricanes. 3 to 6 major. 3, 4, or 5 with winds 111 or higher. Those would be major, just for you. And so, like I said, 6 to 10 could become hurricanes. 8 to 18. That's my official forecast. We can talk about Hurricane Day, June 1st. But that's my official forecast, the Chewing the Fat official forecast for the 2022 hurricane season. 8 to 18 could become hurricanes. And then, 4 to 8 could
exceeding
major. That's my forecast. And I'll give you a more in-depth forecast on June 1st. It's Memorial Day. It's a federal holiday. We are to mourn the U.S. military personnel who have died while serving the United States Armed Forces. If anyone actually cares about that anymore, please pay your respects. It's observed on the last Monday of May. Oh my gosh, this weekend. So thanks for listening to Chewing the Fat. And remember, good times turn that crowd upside down. Okay? Don't be a clown. That's the new motto. Turn that frown upside down. Don't be a clown. I don't know if that works actually. But turn that frown upside down anyway. My gosh.
Stream and subscribe to more Blaze Media content at theblaze.com/podcasts.
With American Express Blue Business Cash, you earn 2% cash back on just about everything you need to help evolve your business.
Hold on, really?
Yeah, everything on the first $50,000 you spend, then 1% after that.
So I could add disco lights to my spin studio?
Yeah, of course.
What about new speakers?
Yeah, those too.
All right, Spin Sisters, let's move.
American Express Blue Business Cash. This ad features a fictional business. Terms and cap apply. Learn more at americanexpress.com/bluebusinesscash.
Blaze Radio Network.
And now, Chewing the Fat with Jeff Fisher.
So, Hyundai has issued a recall, another recall, for at least 239,000 cars in the United States. If you lived outside the United States, if you're listening to Chewing the Fat in other countries, you may take a double take of the old Hyundais. They are learning that the seatbelt pretensioners can explode and send shrapnel throughout the vehicle. Oh, okay.
Lovely.
No problem. Now, they have already reported 3 related injuries. At this time, could possibly be more. U.S. government regulators advised the Korean car maker that the vehicle seatbelt pretensioners on both the driver's and passenger sides can explode upon deployment and send shrapnel throughout the vehicle. Like I said, now you may be asking yourself, hey, what is a seatbelt pretensioner? Well, it's designed to retract some of the webbing of the seatbelt the instant a collision occurs, tightening the seatbelt to restrain occupants quickly and reducing the amount they are thrown forward in a moderate or severe frontal crash. Now, the recall includes approximately 61,000 2019 to 2020 guess you're supposed to, reach out to Hyundai directly and say, hey, I've got one of your cars and we need it to be filled with engineers. Please. They make a point of saying, at no cost to you. Well, that's nice of them. And then, of course it is. Yeah, we screwed up and we're going to fix it. And we're not going to charge you. That's how nice we are. So earlier this month, Hyundai recalled more than 200,000 2013 and 2014 Sonata sedans after learning that fuel overload can leak into the engine compartment and cause fires. Okay. And in February, Hyundai and Kia advised owners of nearly 500,000 vehicles. You ought to park outside, away from all buildings, due to spontaneous fire risk. It's just that, though. I don't even want to walk by one. Are you kidding me? Manufacturers said that the defect due to foreign contaminants could short-circuit the anti-lock brake system, causing some vehicles to just burst into flame without warning. Okay. So, just if you're driving a Honda, and it's particularly the ones that I mentioned, don't forget also the Tucson SUVs and Santa Fe SUVs and the Santa Fe Sports and the Santa Fe XL SUV models. Just some of those. Pretty much. I mean, I don't know what other they make. Just go ahead and take it. And say whatever needs to be fixed, fix it. Until then, I'm going to go ahead and have you pay for somebody else to drive me around in another kind of car. I don't know. They're probably not going to do that. Oh, you mean let me to get another car to drive around and fix it sometime in the next week. Thanks for coming in. Let you know when it's ready. But it's no cost to you. So you're welcome. Welcome. Welcome to Joe the Pal. As long as I'm thinking about automobiles, I've had the story in the fat pile for quite some time. The trial was supposed to have started on the 20th of May, 2022. I'm guessing that it is underway. I know we've been, inundated with the Depp Heard trial. But this particular case is just amazing. Okay. A man took his Jeep to a Rochester Hills Chrysler Jeep God on March 11th or March 13th, 2020. Just for a routine oil change. An employee died after another employee who couldn't drive a stick shift got behind the wheel of the Jeep and hit and killed the first employee. This is, of course, in Michigan, Rochester Hills. It's outside of Detroit. Well, now, 2 years later, or then actually, an attorney for the man who died isn't suing the other worker or the dealership. He's suing the man who owned the Jeep. The guy that was waiting in the lobby was just there for a routine oil change. As it turns out, this is the law in Michigan. The employee, Jeffrey Huggins, was a married 42-year-old father of 4, and he starts the engine, moves the clutch, and then a terrible thing happened. The car lurched and killed this attorney's client, the owner at the car dealership. So now, the unable Jeep owner could be held liable for millions of dollars in damages, because under Michigan law, if someone is injured or killed and a vehicle is involved, the owner of the car is responsible. That sounds a little insane. That means if you let your friend drive your car and they hit someone or something and that victim sues, they would be suing you and your insurance. Now, we can't sue the car dealership. Why not? Well, because of the legal standard that's involved. That's what the attorney said. Yeah, in Michigan, an injured co-worker cannot sue the boss because of the boss's negligence. What? Yeah, in this case, the boss is negligent because they hired someone who didn't know how to drive a stick and didn't even have a driver's license.
So he was unlawfully driving.
Someone who shouldn't have been driving. The victim's family cannot hold the boss responsible. Instead, the remedy for the victim's family is to seek out workers' compensation death. However, there are a few wrinkles, because Hawkins' death involved a car. There is a statute known as the owner's liability statute that means the owner of the car is legally responsible. So if the owner gave permission to the driver of the car, gave permission to the driver to drive the car, the owner is negligent. When the Jeep driver gave his keys over to the employee, the other employee who was driving, he gave permission to the employee to drive the car. This makes the owner legally responsible and automatically liable for the driver's negligence.
Bullshit.
I don't necessarily agree with that. Okay, let's stay with the law. All right, so let's say the law said I gave you the keys, and if I like to, the attorney would be the same as if you took your car to a restaurant with a valet and you handed your keys over. Under state law, if the valet driver injures someone with your car, you are responsible.
No.
The law is called vicarious liability, and makes the owner is automatically liable for the negligence of the driver. Well, yeah, that's true, but the guy that I gave my keys to, that I'm now responsible for driving my car, gave my keys to someone else. So he's responsible, which is actually the dead guy. So we're going to go ahead and blame the dead guy. It's his fault. But yes, I gave my go-ahead for him to drive my car, not the other guy. So he's liable. He gave my keys to someone else. I'm not an attorney. I'm just playing one here. That would be definitely trying to argue that under the law, the family's only remedy is to seek workers' compensation because he was injured and ultimately could lose the job. That prevents the family from being able to sue the laws, despite the laws being clear negligent. Yeah, no. Okay. Now, separately from the lawsuit, Hawkins' family, the owner of the Jeep, has some options too. He can and has sued the dealership for indemnity. Indemnity means that if the judge rules against the car, the dealership would pay the balance. In that separate lawsuit, the judge has ruled that the dealership must provide indemnity for the Jeep owner. But now that the dealership has been ordered to provide indemnity, the attorney for the dealership is representing the Jeep owner in the trial. Is that legal? Is that not a conflict of interest? So the dealership is going to appeal the indemnity ruling. If the Michigan Court of Appeals rules that the original judge's decision on the indemnity was incorrect, the Jeep owner will be responsible for the financial payout owed to the family if the judge rules in favor of the Hawkins family. So the lawsuit is not funny. The lawsuit is for $15 million. So the insurance company of the Jeep owner has already paid out $100,000. If everything stands as it is now, that social media company agreed to pay $150 million over user privacy. I mean, I'll get WJFR about Twitter, but the government says Twitter violated its agreement with the FTC by using Twitter users' personal info for targeted ads. Huh, that's amazing. For years, if you were wondering about Twitter, man, those ads are just for me, right? Well, they asked people for their phone numbers and email addresses saying it was for security purposes. But then, it allegedly was gave advertisers access to 140 million users' non-public content info. Oh, don't worry about it. No. You know, they've learned their lesson. Yeah, they have. They have. They're paying $150 million. You and I don't get anything for it. And, that's it. But seems the deal was clear with Elon. Jack is stepping down from the board. He's had enough. So let's see what happens with that. But just don't worry about it. It's just your personal phone number and email address. That's it for security purposes. So good. And we have the new report from the FBI, or it's actually a report that was sent to the FBI on behalf of Representatives Jim Jordan and Mike Turner, asking the FBI director, Mr. Ray, FBI director, Christopher Ray. Hey, you guys shows in this report where you guys wiretapped and gathered personal information on over 3.3 million Americans without first obtaining a warrant. You want to go ahead and explain that to us? Just go ahead and explain that to us, okay? It's a big care. I mean, right now, as we speak, right now, we've got people in jail since January 6th or not soon after. I mean, there's a trial going on right now in Washington, D.C. A guy has been in prison behind bars for 16 months awaiting trial. That seems to go against people's rights. But what do I know? Right? Nothing. That's what I do. Nothing. Hey, let's talk sweat. I do know about sweat, that's for sure. Be embarrassed. Everyone sweats. Some of us, and me, more than others, some of us, me, are even called sweaty beasts by others. Thank goodness, though, for Sweat Block, and specifically Sweat Block antiperspirant wipes. They're stronger and more effective than most clinical antiperspirants. You just apply them at night right before you go to bed. The next morning, wake up, take a shower, and go about your day without worrying about sweat. Guaranteed. If you're a man, a woman, a teenager, that have active lifestyles and are business professionals, Sweat Block is perfect for you. It's helping people like me control excessive sweat. I mean, I love it. I've been sweating. I've been a sweaty, according to some, beast, all my life. And Sweat Block is amazing. Stop excessive sweating before it stops you. If you're dealing with this, or someone you love is dealing with this, you have to check out Sweat Block. You can get 20% off at sweatblock.com right now with the promo code Jeffy. Sweatblock.com. Promo code Jeffy gives you 20% off today. Sweatblock.com with promo code Jeffy or at Amazon.com. Well, we're talking about trials and sweat. Denver trial still ongoing. I know we're in the last week, but we had Kate Moss testifying yesterday that Johnny Depp did not push her down the stairway as Amber Heard claimed on the stand. We had witnesses accuse a person on the stand that he was identified as some super fan that he completely denied and that their attorney was a tear. TMZ has lost an emergency bid to block a former employee testifying at the trial. They are Except that, this is the White House confidential source, and the video was brought up in trial. They want to know now, what up. So we'll see what happens with the trial. I feel like this last week has really gone in Johnny Depp's favor. I'm not sitting there as a jurist in this trial, so, I'm not saying that all for Johnny Depp. I know if you love Amber, I get it, but so today, for those of you listening live on the 26th of May, 2022, is the final show of the Ellen DeGeneres show. I know, dry your eyes. It's gonna be tough to live without a new Ellen DeGeneres show. But 19 seasons, more than 3,200 episodes, and she's finally signing on. Now, sure, she recorded the shows back in April. Sure, she's already been off. And don't worry about it, though. This is actually the end, okay? It's not going to hit her, though, until September rolls around, when she usually gets back to work on the old Ellen DeGeneres show. So the final show has Jennifer Aniston, who was, her first guest, and they're just good friends and talk all the time. And, of course, Pink will be there, because Pink wrote the show's theme song. Oh, it's just so darn good to have everything together at the end. And, of course, she's been listening to her old pal Oprah, who said, hey, don't just rush into stuff, okay? Take some much needed time off. You don't want to jump into things quickly, get X-packed, take time to sit back and travel, plan about what's next. I mean, we don't know if it's going to be a film, maybe a documentary. Well, we do kind of know it's going to be another stand-up, because she signed a deal with Netflix, but she has to have at least one more show with them. I'm sure that they'll be knocking on the door. Hey, Ellen, how about you do another show that we paid you millions for? Huh? How about that? But first, though, she's got to take a little bit more. So she's off to Rwanda. And when you think, I need some time off, where do you want to go? Hey, let's go to Rwanda. Doesn't that sound great? Rolls right off the top. It's the first thing off the top of my head. I need some time off. Where do you want to go? I know, Rwanda. Yes, let's go to Rwanda. So I guess she's going to go to Rwanda because they're celebrating her 12-acre science and education campus that they're building or have built in Rwanda. And its focus is on saving wild gorillas. So I'm a fan. I'm a fan of anything, monkey related. Gorillas aren't monkeys, Jim. Yeah, I know. But anyway, congratulations to Ellen for 19 years of good work. And never mind those allegations of a toxic workplace. Oh, and crying every day. Never mind any of that. You take some time and relax in Rwanda. Plus a couple things. Just off the top of my head here. Okay? I mean, I'm all for saving the wild gorillas. No one loves wild gorillas more than me. Well, maybe Ellen. But I will say that 12 acres in Rwanda doesn't seem like that big a place. Ellen's got a couple of houses on more than 12 acres. I would be willing to bet that. So 12 acres doesn't seem that big of a place. I mean, thank you. Thank you for the science and education 26-year-old rock star said in a statement. I'm sure all those planning to attend this event are shocked and sickened by these events as well. After all, we are all Americans. Clean added, I share the sorrow of this terrible cruel loss with the rest of the nation. No kidding. I'll give you that. And if he doesn't want to perform, you know what? That's his fault. I get it. But I know we have the Greenwood showing up there in Gatlin. Daniel Packer. So those are some of the musicians that are scheduled to perform this 3-hour, 3-day event in Houston. I don't know. I mean, former President Donald Trump is supposed to be there. Senator Cruz, Governor Abbott. I'm not sure why it's, they would have to cancel. I understand the event at Uvalde. And I know that everyone is saying it's a mere 4-hour drive to Uvalde. Yes, it is. Uvalde is 4 hours away from Houston. And a bunch of other cities are 4 hours away from Houston. But it's not the NRA's fault that Uvalde happened. But nobody wants to hear that. So just know that if you're going to go to the event in Houston, Don McLean will be there. Greta Van Susteren, in memory of her, in honor of her, she keeps turning up. And she's back again. I read the ad driving into the radio station the other day, driving into the studios on the radio station the other day, local radio station that does commercials for Newsmax. And yes, that's where Greta Van Susteren is coming back on Newsmax. The record with Greta Van Susteren is set to premiere on June 14th on Newsmax. So we're going to lead in the network's lineup with a factual, fair, and independent perspective on the news. Okay. Greta said that she's been given the freedom to cover the news by her friend Newsmax CEO Chris Brody. Well, congratulations. So, Sean Spicer gets the boot. I mean, I guess he still has a show, but Greta's show replaces Spicer and Company. Spicer and Co. on Newsmax. I guess they're moving him to a different time slot. She appeared on Eric Bolton's program. She's still there. And we also have what's his on Newsmax? I mean, we have Rick Kelly, who's hilarious. Rob Schmidt. Congratulations. And they hired James Rosen to be the network's chief White House correspondent. So, there's nice. Congratulations. And Greta's going to lead the nightly lineup. I said congratulations for helping. I see where, the Cannes Film Festival's been going on, and they've happened to, I love the movies, and, I really looking forward to the film Holy Spider. It's the Iranian serial killer movie. We don't get a lot of those in our life. We don't get a lot of Iranian serial killer movies in our life. So I am kind of looking forward to that one. But they had a big protest while at the debut, at the premiere of Holy Spider. They had smoke bombs going off. They were protesting. Now they claim they weren't protesting Holy Spider. They claim that they were protesting a movie that aired the day before. Now, there's been other protests going on throughout the festival. I mean, they've had running naked and running topless on the red carpet, hanging the Ukrainian flags. They've been making stop raping us, scum on their naked bodies, all good stuff. All makes you want to be on their side. But this particular protest was a feminist collective known as the Muslims. They stormed that red carpet. I mean, they split off some smoke bombs. They had a big long list of names, and they called it femicide. Femicide. That's what they were protesting. They were protesting femicide. Now you may ask yourself, wait, what is femicide? Well, it's a term that means intentional killing of women because they're female. shut down during COVID. Tom Hanks was there. They were all there. They were just eternally grateful for being able to be in Canada. And they said, all they could say is, merci beaucoup. And they said it twice, so they were committed. And another example of a reality show.
Thanks for watching. Thanks for following. Thanks for liking. Thanks for subscribing. And we will see you tomorrow at some point in time. I need to start making some TV time. My shows are stacking up. I am backed up for the shows. We got a new season of Stranger Things. We got Obi-Wan that started. I've got yep, Alexis is faster. Street Outlaws, America's Fastest, that's going on still. Alright, got back over 5 million, so I suppose I can go to bed then. You have a fantastic morning. I'm going to bed shortly. basically the whole front straight. Whoops. I need to sleep. this lap. I'm gonna fall asleep. I need to go to sleep. I'm about to fall asleep sitting here. So again, thanks for stopping by, thanks for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow at some point in time. I'm about to fall asleep sitting here. So again, see ya. Hmm.